DeSantis and Nikki Haley, and it was a complete disaster for them both. I'm going to go through that. There's a bunch of other things that have come up too that we're going to cover, but I'm going to start with that. We are about 25 minutes until airtime, and of course it's open phones on Friday's show. Welcome everyone. Oh man, I tell you. Yes, we are back live today. I just got to the radio station and I'm setting up. Always got to check the phones. Sometimes I forget to we turn the phones off when the show's not on, and sometimes I forget to turn them on. Okay, they are on. Okay, sometimes I've gone through like almost whole shows without turning the phones on. I didn't realize it. Many a time, so I try to check every single morning. If you're new to my channel, this is where MAGA comes to talk. This is the most pro-Donald Trump space you're going to find anywhere. So, you know, we're less than 2 weeks away from Iowa. I mean, you know, so I'm still setting up to go on the air. Let's see. All right. There we go. All right. Okay. Oh, Trump's going to be very busy. This is the weekend of Trump. He's going to be very, very busy as he gets ready to win in Iowa. Yeah, I told you guys I'm going to start the stream when I get here to the radio station in the mornings and keep it going as long after the show as I possibly can. Now, I'm going to ask you guys, I want to be asking this a lot lately. A YouTube subscriber messaged me and they made this suggestion and told me I should do this, and I agree with them. And I've got a Trump shirt on underneath this shirt. They told me, and I agree with this. So, but I just want to give credit that this came from one of the YouTube watchers. That they said a lot of people that watch this channel on a very regular basis are in different groups, Reddit groups, Facebook groups, Discord servers. Some of them have hundreds of thousands of people in these groups. And if you guys could take my channel, my stream, and share it as much as you can in all your different groups that you're in, to try to get your friends and people in your other groups to subscribe and follow me on this channel, I'd greatly appreciate it. I mean, this is it. I mean, this is the year that President Trump will be saving America in. Oh man, yeah. So I'm going to start with the CNN town hall and some things. I got something here. The thumbnail is Ron DeSantis's dark secret. That is not clickbait. There's several things actually, but there's two that I'm going to focus in on about Ron DeSantis here early on today that he is totally ignoring, and the media are totally ignoring in his pathetic campaign. I can't wait till Trump is back either. I mean, I know you guys feel like I do. We want him back now. Oh yeah. Pizza for breakfast is that's the best. It's absolutely the best. Yeah, I'll show you guys. I've got a I got a meeting I have to go to, so I have to dress nicer today. But I got a Trump shirt on underneath here. Okay. It's a good one too. It's a pretty good one. I'll be back. That's right. Yeah, Nikki Haley. She's a piece of work, I tell you. A piece of work. Oh, the media are the worst. I mean, they're just the mainstream media, the corporate media, whatever you want to call them. They are a poison in our society. Now, today is Friday, and guys, on Friday, that means it's open phone. So you can call in on today's show. We'll start in about 20 minutes with anything and everything on your mind, not limited to the topics that I bring up. Oh, man. And all of you who contacted me yesterday wondering where I was, I do appreciate that. Oh, my goodness. I had my phone off for most of the day, and when I turned my phone on, holy smokes, I was getting DM notifications, text messages. Yeah, Nikki Haley blew it. Just like DeSantis, they were both in the Trump orbit. They hated him all along. They conned him into thinking that they were with him. They blew their cover, and they're nobodies now. Yeah, Nikki Haley reminds me of Hillary Clinton. Nikki Haley thinks that she's like an accomplished woman. What the hell has she done? In her time as governor or UN ambassador, what notable thing has she done? I don't know of anything. Exactly. All right, so I got to get a little organized. I got a question for you guys. Glenn Beck, I saw Glenn Beck. It was on YouTube. Okay. And he bought the set of the original All in the Family, and he put it up on display at his facility. What was the point of that? Does anyone know? I mean, I know it's pretty cool and all, but what's the point of that? I can't quite understand why he did that. It seems a little strange to me. I mean, I know it's cool, but doesn't that kind of like belong in a museum? I don't understand what the point is. And, All in the Family, very liberal show. Norman Lear was a liberal. Yeah, I saw a video came up. It was his buddy Phil with Glenn Beck giving a little bit of a tour of the All in the Family set. I mean, it looks cool and all. It's kind of neat, but I just don't understand why he has it. Glenn Beck is a strange guy. He is a strange guy. No doubt about that. He's a definite weirdo. I mean, there's just well, I know what they when somebody is strange like that and they're wealthy and everything, they call them eccentric. But I don't think it's eccentric at all. I think he's a lunatic. Remember years ago he bought the Oval Office set from the 13 Days movie with Kevin Costner, and he was broadcasting from the set of the Oval Office from 13 Days for a while. Do you guys remember that? It's very weird. And then he had the Tokyo Rose's microphone that he would broadcast on, and it was just weird stuff. He just does weird things sometimes, Glenn Beck, that I don't quite understand. Maybe he just likes blowing money. I don't know. It's hard to believe that set still exists in that condition. I don't know where he got it, but it looked like the original set. Let me see. Let me see if I can find an article on it. Because I just saw the one video. Okay, here's an article from September on Glenn Beck's website about it. Let me pull this up. Yeah, I'm the only one at the radio station right now. Mike hasn't arrived yet. I'm the only one in the building in this huge office complex, if you can believe it. Let me get my audio stuff.
Point, unlike anything most.
Okay. The article won't come up. There we go. Let's see if it'll come up this time. I can't get the article to come up about it. Okay. Glenn Beck, this is from Glenn Beck's website, glennbeck.com. Glenn Beck has acquired the entire original set for the classic 1970s sitcom All in the Family. The entire set will be set up in its new home, Mercury Studios. Glenn invites Rob Reiner, who played Michael in the series, Meathead, to sit on the newly assembled set to discuss about the issues of the day in some constructive way that All in the Family exemplified. That's it? Okay. It seems a little strange to me. I mean, does he have to go to all that to talk to Meathead? I don't know. It seems a bit much. Oh, it's early. I've been up for a long time. I've been up since about 1:30. It's coming up on 6 a.m. now. It just seems strange. And how much did that cost? That had to be so freaking expensive. I just see the one article about it. Okay, here's a thing on Twitter. Glenn Beck says, I purchased the All in the Family set to preserve the show that was brave enough to show both sides of critical topics. Now only one side of the conversation is accepted and anything else is banned. Would any of those discussions be aired today? Go watch the original pilot. I don't know. It seems so strange to me. I don't see any purpose in doing that. But, you know, that's Glenn Beck. He does weird stuff. Welcome, everyone. Hey, Carol. Well, everyone watched All in the Family. You know, when people got to remember, a lot of these shows that were hit shows, like All in the Family, you know, we only had 3 channels back then, you know. So, if it were the Star Trek set, actually, if you go on YouTube and look up Star Trek Continues, my oldest, closest friend they have perfect recreated sets of the original Star Trek series, and not just the bridge. They have the hallways, the captain's quarters, sick bay, the shuttlecraft, and everything. And my oldest, closest friend is one of the keepers of those sets, and he's been on me to go visit. They're actually in South Georgia, about 30 miles or so north of Jacksonville, and I just haven't had the time to get away, but I'm going to try to do it in the next month or so. And those sets are perfect recreations of the original. Star Trek continues. You can look it up on YouTube. But I didn't buy it and reconstruct it. You know, if I had the original Star Trek sets, the original ones, which no longer exist, they were destroyed, I would, those belong in a museum. Not like for my own personal use, you know. Exactly. Man, what's going on? You know, a lot of people messaged me yesterday about iHeart. Is there something on the board? Because
Vic got it fixed. It's something in the room, though. Yeah.
I couldn't believe how many people I heard from about iHeart.
Yeah, I think
more people listen on iHeart than I thought.
I had 2 callers call the station itself and say as well. And I was like,
oh yeah.
I was like, never knew what to do with the iHeart stream, so I called Mike, and Mike's like, it might be something on their side, because like the rest of the streams are working, and then Vic came in after, and he's like, he showed me, he's like, I never told you anything about it, or how anything streams, so he's like, you just gotta do this. I'm like, oh,
okay. Good. I thought it might be because I wasn't here, there was something on the board feeding it. Oh, well, good. Alright, guys, so iHeart's back. I got a ton of messages about that this morning. A ton.
Apparently the computer reboots sometimes, and that's what happened, and I just needed to like mess around with it one more time. Okay.
All right. Oh, man. Do any of you guys watch all these people on YouTube that live in their cars and in vans and this van life thing? You know, that really is glamorizing homelessness. I mean, do any of you guys watch? I watch a lot of videos on YouTube about that. It's just glorified homelessness, and it's really sad. You know, I went over on, let's see, what today's Friday, Thursday. So Wednesday, after the show, I went to Friendly Tire in Margate, and there was a woman getting new tires on her car who lives in her car. And I knew she lived in her car before as I was walking up to Friendly Tire, it was in one of the bays. I could tell it was someone who lived in their car just by seeing the back window. And she was getting new tires because new tires are so inexpensive at Friendly Tire in Margate that even a person who lives in their car can afford them. But it was they were putting new tires on the car, so they had it jacked up, and the driver's door was open. There was nobody in the car, and I walked by, and I looked and I saw in the car, and I was like, oh my gosh. I mean, I've never seen that. I've seen a lot of messy stuff. I've never seen something like that. And the woman just seems so sad. I mean, she looks so sad. It was we're about 8 minutes till showtime. But YouTube is filled with people. They either it's RVing or van life. There are YouTubers who have YouTube channels where they live not in a van even or an RV. They actually live in their cars, And there was this, I saw this one channel where this girl and her dog travel America living in their Prius. I mean, it's ridiculous. I've seen all kinds of videos on YouTube of people living in their cars. And, and a lot of these people that have these RV channels or living in a van or living in my car videos, they have big YouTube followings, mostly if they're girls that wear bikinis sometimes, But they have huge YouTube followings, and you see a lot of people are like selling everything they have and moving into their car or moving into a van and sleeping out on the sides of the road, and they're trying to make YouTube channels out of it. And really, it's glorifying homelessness. It is really a sad thing. And I'm not talking about RV people. I'm talking about people living in actual cars, like Volkswagen Bugs and things like this. It's insane, and people are glamorizing that like it's something that's good, and it's just not. It's very strange. Very strange. Okay, we are, let's see, we're going to be on in just over 5 minutes till showtime. No, it's really a sad life, and I just don't, I don't appreciate the glamorizing of being homeless, because, you watch the YouTube video, that's just a snapshot. These people that are living in RVs, living in vans, living in cars, if Walmart's cracked down on this a lot, but in a lot of Walmarts around the country still, it used to be all of them, but it's not all of them anymore because they've had problems with it. But in Walmart parking lots and Cracker Barrels, you can stay the night in your RV and things like this. And when you watch a lot of these channels, and they all talk about getting that knock on the door, like from either cops or something scary. It's just not. It's not good. It's not good. And you guys can look that up another time. Now, let's see here. Okay, it's traffic at the top of the hour. We're going to be on the air at 4 minutes and 56 seconds after the hour is when the show open's going to play. So less than 5 minutes. Yeah, you can stay in national parks. I believe, I could be wrong about this, but I think it's up to 2 weeks. Then you have to get out because they don't want people moving into the parks, and it's not safe. It's not safe. There's one channel, and some of them, I'm not saying these aren't nice people, but I just don't like that it glorifies it. Let me find this one. Let me see if I can find. I can't. Nah, I won't do it now. But maybe I'll do it another time. Maybe I'll do a YouTube video on it. Or maybe I'll show it on my weekend shows or something, and talk about it in more detail. But there are. Some of them are retirees who have sold their houses and everything, and they're living in a van. Now, sometimes people have nice RVs. Sometimes people have those nice, I don't know what you call them, those vans that are also, they're big ones like Mercedes vans, I forget what they're called, that have like beds and kitchen facilities in them and such. And some of those cost over $100,000 and much, much more. But they're not all that. Sometimes they're people living in a Prius, and it's just this whole idea of glamorizing being homeless. There's one YouTuber who's pretty big. He's the guy that they made that movie No Man Land. He's in it, kind of about, and he's always interviewing people that have sold all their possessions and they've been living in vehicles. Some of them for many years, a lot of them retired women It's crazy. Yeah, Sprinter vans. That's right. Big win, Sprinter vans. Yeah. And I went to the RV show a couple years ago, made a YouTube video. Maybe I'll do it again. But these RVs, even some of the big ones that are like the huge $500,000 ones, you go to the RV show, they are much smaller than you realize, and those Sprinter vans. And when you go and look at them at the RV show, they're empty. When people have all their crap in them, you know, the size of those things is very misleading with all these people that are on YouTube. Okay, the top of the hour news is playing. Now, you guys like me doing the early, kind of like the pre-show part of the stream? You enjoy that? I hope you do. We got a lot to cover here. And I'm not saying they're not nice people. A lot of these people, I subscribe to some of these channels. There's one guy who's from here, who's now moved out of this area. As I watch him every day, Sarasota Tim. He's retired, and he just bought a nice travel trailer that he pulls behind his truck that he lives in. But I just don't like this glorification of homelessness. I just don't like it. There we go.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois. On the air since 1977, it's the Steve Kane Show.
All right, welcome everyone. We are back live today. It is Friday, January 5th, 2024, 5 minutes after the hour. My name is Brian Craig, and you are listening to Florida's longest-running radio show, the Steve Kane Show, on the radio since 1977, celebrating 47 years on the radio. Yesterday we had an unexpected best of show. We were not here live yesterday. It was very unexpected, but we are back here live today on this Friday, and there's a lot to cover. Oh my goodness, there's so much going on in the news. CNN had an Iowa town hall with Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley, and it was disastrous for them both. And I'm going to play some audio from that town hall. Both Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis are unelectable forever. Forever. And there's a couple clips I have here that are not from the town hall, but are clips of Ron DeSantis that he doesn't want you to hear. And I'm going to play those in a few minutes. There's two of them about two different things. And Ron DeSantis is running around Iowa saying this and saying that. He does not want you to hear what I'm going to share with you in a few minutes. Now, I want to start by doing a follow-up to Wednesday's show. That was the last time we were here live. And on Wednesday's show, I was talking about the new Nikki Haley stuff, and then Steve joined us at 8, and Steve and Richie and a couple others said, you shouldn't be talking about Nikki Haley. It's all over, What am I supposed to do? Say, Trump, 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 Trump. Sometimes there's not a new thing with Trump directly to discuss, but there are things going on with these other wannabe, pathetic traitor candidates, and they're important, and they're in the news. And with these snakes, it's important. There's still primary hasn't happened yet. Now we're like 10 days away or so from Iowa. At the end of the month we have New Hampshire, and then we have South Carolina. So when South Carolina is over, maybe we'll just have one candidate, which we should only have now, and that's the greatest president ever, Donald Trump. But if you haven't noticed, Donald Trump is doing a big non-stop for the next 10 days Iowa events. He hasn't we're supposed to sit back and say, well, we're 60 points in the, we're not going to coast. And it's important to point out what creeps all of these lowlifes are, so that they don't weasel their way like Mike Pompeo's trying to do, so they don't weasel their way into the MAGA orbit. And I'm not going to sit here, and my favorite was the guy who he called in and said, Brian, I'm Indian. Not like Cherokee or Seminole, but like, Gandhi. I'm Indian, This has nothing to do with me being Indian, but you really need to lay off Nikki Haley. All that stuff about her having sex with men in parking lots, behind restaurants, in her government office. This has nothing to do with me being Indian, but you shouldn't talk about this. This is gossip. You shouldn't. It's old news. No, it's not old news. And it's not gossip. We've got a woman that was, did they ask her about that in the CNN town hall? Ambassador Nikki Haley, governor, whatever you want to call her, governess. If I were interviewing her, I would ask her about it. It's relevant. Because, see, people like that, that's not something that they just do. That's something that they do many times, typically. I'm not saying she did, we don't know, but we know of the one guy that gave a sworn deposition that was also notarized. Okay? That's a character fault of hers. That means she's compromised. She cannot be trusted. She should not have a security clearance. I mean, I read a story yesterday. Was it yesterday or the day before? I can't remember. I didn't share this on the air. It might have been yesterday. But they found a brothel, another brothel in the D.C. area, where they were sending out young women to seduce the politicians. Why do you think so many Republicans in the Congress let us down and don't do what they're supposed to do? Because these members of Congress are in Washington alone, their wives are back in their district, and they send these beautiful young prostitutes to have sex with them. Okay? So then when it comes time to vote, they got them. And you don't hear that so often with women. It's mostly a thing with men, but in Nikki Haley, we got it. So, and same goes for DeSantis with his problems that I'm going to share in a few minutes. And here's the thing. We got to continue to expose these people till it's over and we got the nomination. Then we'll move on. And I'll tell you, explain to me why this Epstein list is relevant today about Bill Clinton, but Nikki Haley having sex with men in parking lots, in her government office, and behind restaurants, and in her family car, that's not. Right? You know, this really ticked me off. Everyone's all these establishment conservatives and even MAGA conservatives in media and people that do things online like I do, they're all talking about the Epstein list. None of them are talking about Nikki Haley. Now, I'm not saying that the Epstein stuff's not important, but when you come to what we're dealing with, it's January 5th, 2024, 10 days about from the Iowa caucus, and we got these other primaries. What's more important? What someone said about Bill Clinton like 10 years ago, or what's going on today, this week, next week, and the week after in Iowa, then New Hampshire, and then South Carolina? I think what's going on now is more important than that. And if you think the Epstein thing is relevant, please. The Nikki Haley should be front and center. But all these conservative influencers are not talking about the Nikki Haley sex scandal. You know, there's a scandal with Ron DeSantis that President Trump himself broke about sometime in the beginning of last year. Remember, and this isn't one of the things I have today, but remember Ron DeSantis when he was a high school teacher? He went to a party with high school kids. Who the hell does that? That's weird. And there was a photo. I have this photograph. Donald Trump posted this on Truth Social. And it's a photograph of Ron DeSantis at a high school party. He's the teacher. And he's surrounded by these high school girls with tight shirts on, and they got their boobs all pressed up against him. I'm not saying he did anything inappropriate with any of them, other than take the picture and be at the party, which was when I went to parties in high school, the teachers didn't come by. But Ron DeSantis did, and so far as the girls being 18, they were still high school students. I love how they say, oh, they were all 18. So you mean to tell me that if I'm hanging around with 18-year-old girls taking pictures and they're pressing their boobs, that you guys wouldn't think that had anything to do with me? Oh, Brian, those girls are 18. Who cares? Just continue with the show. Give me a break. We have in Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley two of the most compromised people to ever be at that level. All right? Now, we're going to take our first break. When we get back from the break, I'm going to get into the audio sound bites that I have of Ron DeSantis right out the gate, okay? I'm not going to mess around. We're going to get right into it after the break. We're back live. It's Friday. Now, because it's Friday, it is open phones on Friday's show and only Friday's show. We call it Open MAGA Mike Friday. And on Open MAGA Mike Friday, you can call in about any and everything you have on your mind. You're not limited to the topics that we bring up on the program. Although I think that what I'm bringing up now and what I'm going to bring up between now and 9 o'clock is very interesting, and I hope you find it interesting enough to comment on, but you don't have to talk about what I'm bringing up today. You can talk about anything on your mind. Our number's toll-free, 1-888-GO-CANE-1. 888-465-2631. 888-465-2631. I'm Brian Craig. It's the Steve Kane Show. Back after this.
Don't sit on the sidelines. Get in on the action. Call the Steve Kane Show live on air now. 888-GO-CANE-1. This is the Steve Kane Show.
You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Good morning, Ryan. I just want to say thank you for Dr. Appleton because I'm going in there. I took my 6 hours to go down there, took my 90-year-old mom. My mom walked straighter than she ever walked in her life. And I just want to say thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you for being such a willing vessel to talk about Dr. Appleton.
All right, let me get all this queued up. Welcome, everyone. If you're new, make sure you subscribe. All right. There we go. Let me queue up this stuff. Which one am I going to play first? Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Let's see. I've got two that DeSantis... I got 2 clips that DeSantis does not want anyone to ever hear or know about. So I'll play one of them when we get back. I'll get right into it. Oh, man. Now, guys, don't miss my weekend live streams. I'll be live streaming with live calls over the weekend as well. So make sure you're subscribed and got the notification bell clicked. Oh, man. Ron DeSantis. The thumbnail that I have there is Ron, DeSantis, Dark Secrets. That is true. He does not want you to ever hear what I'm going to share with you. This is very true. It is not clickbait. William, thank you very much. The lib would love for Nikki to be the nominee. The mini will call. Yeah, that's true. Democrats love her. Well, Chippy, it's not about her winning. It's about how close to second she gets. And it's a crossover state where Democrats can vote in the Republican primary.
.96.9 FM and anywhere in the world at TrueOldiesFLA.com.
All right, welcome back. I'm Brian. It's the Steve Kane Show. We are back here live. It is Friday, January 5th, 18 minutes after the hour. Callers on hold, stand by. I made a big mistake this morning, a really big mistake I want to share with you guys. When I got out of the shower this morning, I dried, well, I don't know if you'd call it drying off. I attempted to dry off with a towel that was not a MyPillow towel. You know, my wife and I, we have a couple of sets of the MyPillow towels, and the towels that we had before we had MyPillow towels, we still have a couple of them that have not gotten thrown out. I don't know. I thought I got rid of all those, and I just grabbed a towel this morning out of the linen closet. It was dark, and I got out of the shower, and I looked down. It was not one of the MyPillow towels. I could tell because the color and the way it looked. And I'm like, oh, great. And this was this morning, and I attempted to dry off with the MyPillow towel. Now, this towel is how all the other towels are that I used and you've used all your life before MyPillow towels. Mike Lindell says, MyPillow towels, towels that actually work. What a concept. You've seen him say that on TV, right? It's so true. I have not used a towel that was not a MyPillow towel in so long. I can't remember the last time. And I took this towel, and you know what it did? You know what it did to the water on my body? It spread it around. I couldn't believe. I dried off. I thought I dried off, and I was still wet. I started to get dressed. I couldn't get my shirt on because I was wet. My chest, my back was still wet. I couldn't believe. So I went out into the linen closet outside into the hallway and grabbed a MyPillow towel and dried off properly. And I tossed that towel in the garbage can, by the way, because it is a useless towel. The MyPillow towels are the best. You will love them. They're just $29.98 with our promo code Kane at checkout. It's a 6-piece MyPillow towel set. They come in many different colors, and they have a bunch of new colors in too. So the MyPillow towels, just $29.98 with our promo code Kane at checkout, Kane, at MyPillow.com. You can also order by phone, 1-800-716-4879. 1-800-716-4879, promo code Kane, Kane. All right, if you're on hold, hang in there. I want to play just one soundbite of DeSantis. You know, I've got two pieces of audio that Ron DeSantis does not want you to hear. And you guys got to understand, he's going to be back as governor soon, right? You know, I mean, you know, take it on the governor of your state that you live in. As often as we do here on this program, I don't know. It's little. Sometimes I'm looking over my shoulder. This clip, is absolutely amazing. This is Ron DeSantis when he was running for governor the first time before President Trump endorsed him, and no one was paying attention to him. And he was out campaigning. This is before Trump endorsed him. This is when he was losing. This was during the Republican primary had not even happened for governor when he was running the first time. And Ron DeSantis was talking about climate change and rising sea levels. Listen, this is the first clip that Ron DeSantis does not want you to hear. In fact, this is what I would consider a dark secret of Ron DeSantis. Listen.
The sea rise may be because of human activity.
Wait, no, hold on now. See this? The sea rise may be? So that assumes the sea is rising, which is nonsense. It's not rising. The sea is not rising. I've lived in Florida almost my whole life. I've been coming here since I barely have memories, okay? It was first time I came to Florida was a long time ago, guys. I'm almost embarrassed to tell you how long ago, but it was 1976 before the bicentennial celebration, okay? I came to Florida. And Ron DeSantis, the seas are not rising around the Florida Peninsula, but he assumes they are. Listen.
The sea rise may be because of human activity and the changing climate. You know, maybe it's not. I don't know. But what I do know is I see the sea rising. I see the increased flooding in South Florida. So I think you'd be a fool not to consider that an issue that we need to address.
Wow. What is that all about? He sees the sea rising, and we're having added flooding. All lies. Lies, lies, lies. In fact, where I live is not a flood zone. I don't even have to have flood insurance. I do, just in case, but I don't even need it. But Ron DeSantis, he says climate change is happening, and he is seeing the sea levels rise. Yeah, that's your Republican, guys. Oh, my goodness. Wait till you hear the next one. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yeah, hello, is this me?
Sounds like you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Brian, good morning. Hey, I just want to talk about Nikki, what you were saying earlier. And there's no way that she can be nominated for anything right at the moment as far as, well, you know.
Yeah, finish this. Wait, use radio safe language, but what are you trying to say?
No, I'm just kind of choking up because I never talked on the radio before.
Oh, don't worry. It's early. It's early.
Yeah, but anyways, yeah, I mean, between her and DeSantis and everybody, there's just no way that any of them can get above Trump.
Yeah, but they can. But what they could do is try to weasel their way into his orbit to be secretary of something.
And another thing, well, what I was trying to say, and also is, never mind. I'm just messing up because
Don't be nervous. Don't be nervous. That's okay. I get it. It's a little stage fright. I get it. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
It's Cindy from Florida.
Hey, Cindy.
I want to talk about the flooding. Number one, we're overdeveloping in Florida. There's nowhere for the water to go. I'm a victim of this. Yes, we took a federal grant in Sewell's Point and we did the road on my street. My commissioners have flooded my property. Everybody knows it, including Representative Brian Mast and Senator Rubio.
Now, let me slow down there. Okay? Because the flooding in Florida, the increased flooding, and what Cindy is talking about is spot on. There are much of Florida is built up. Broward County is completely built up. If they build new, they have to tear something down. Palm Beach County is getting close to that. And what happens when they build so much, they build in water drainage areas, and now the water can't drain there anymore because there's buildings and concrete there, and that increases flooding, but not the sea level risings that Ron DeSantis is seeing.
Absolutely. And we have, the moon tide in October. I've had very little water, all of us on the street, and the water has gotten, it's high tide, moon tide, that's in October. Okay. But what's happened now, the federal money to do these drainage projects, and so they flooded my property, the water, and everybody knows it's illegal. They will not fix it. The problem is we're overdeveloping.
Yes.
Development is crazy. I read an article the other day, Brian, that the developers are leaving Florida and they're going out west to Colorado, who knows, to do their damage out there. Take a look at the donors. Take a look at Ron DeSantis' donors. I mean, when you're building 4,000 houses or buildings, now we have the Local Act. Let me explain what that is. Low affordable housing. That means that our comprehensive plan, which is 4 stories, okay, will no longer be 4 stories. They can override it and build a tower somewhere in.
Yeah. Well, I don't want to get sidetracked on local zoning, but Ron DeSantis, before Trump was behind him and he said he saw the sea levels rising, was he lying? Was he pandering? Does he believe the seas are rising? Yeah.
Pandering.
You can't trust him.
He goes around talking about the environment. Well, why don't you fix the environment? Really fix it. Stop. And he said oh my God, I can't even imagine why anybody would support him again when he comes back to Florida.
Yeah.
Failure. They have.
That's right.
Sure. They failed us on this problem.
That's right.
Failed us. Even our taxes are going up. Population has exploded. So what has he done? Can you imagine the damage that he will do?
That's right.
To his president.
All right, Cindy, I got to run. Thanks for the call. You too. Callers on hold, stand by. We'll be right back.
Making morning radio great again. I think you're gonna really love it. It's the Steve.
Oh, I got the clips. I'll get to the town hall clips too. Don't worry. I first got to get out of the way these 2 clips that DeSantis doesn't want anybody to ever hear. He sees the sea. Oh, does Ron DeSantis wear high heels because he's afraid of of the rising seas. That's a possibility. Yeah. That is a possibility. I got to get a haircut. My hair, let's see here. My hat is so tight. I can't get my hat to fit right because my hair's too long. All right. I'm going to take some more calls when we get back. Then I'll play the second clip that DeSantis doesn't want anyone to hear. If you're new, make sure you subscribe. And everyone, please take my my stream and share it in whatever groups you're in. Facebook groups, Discord servers, Reddit. Whatever groups you are in, please, your socials on Truth, share my channel. This is where MAGA comes to talk. I mean, there's no getting around it. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I made some pretty big life decisions, life-changing decisions in my personal, well, my life in general. I shouldn't just say my personal, but I've made some major decisions about the future of my life in the last week. Some big changes. Oh, I'll get to Nikki too. Don't worry, we're here till 9. I think that's somebody else, Mr. Ray. There's one girl that lived in her Prius that has a nice van now. Yeah, she has a dog named Camper. I don't know her channel. I don't know her name. Is that who you're talking about, Mr. Radio? You're talking, Scarlett, you talking about Patrick Bet David yesterday? I don't know about that. You know, sometimes there's technical glitches on streams. I don't think his stream had a problem because of the topic yesterday. You talking about Patrick Bet David? Live streams have trouble all the time. Too many people are talking about that. I don't think it had anything to do with their content. Yeah, Tim Pool and Patrick Bet David. I think it's just a coincidence. There could have been a YouTube platform problem with streaming. YouTube's glitchy more than people realize. I mean, I was streaming on Wednesday after the show. I'm going to keep the stream going too after the show. If you guys hang around when I get off the air at 9, I'll keep the stream going on my drive. But my stream got glitchy on Wednesday, and I lost the connection. It was just a live stream issue. It happens sometimes. Also, the problem could have been outside of YouTube because most everyone who live streams uses an app, and not YouTube to live stream on. You know, Streamlabs. I use it both on. I use Streamlabs on my mobile and on my desktop. Most everybody uses that, and I know a guy who's a live streamer who live streams theme parks in Orlando, a friend of mine, Ron, and he's been having massive issues with his live streaming, with his, and it's not political, it's tourist channel. I had to talk to Mike at Friendly Tire about some stuff to mention a new ad copy. All right, callers on hold, stand by. If you're just tuning in, I have some audio. We're going to get into the town hall last night from CNN in a bit, but I have a couple of audio clips that Ron DeSantis doesn't want anyone to know. I'll replay the first one, and then I'll take some calls before I get to the next one.
Sea rise may be because of human activity and the changing climate. Maybe it's not. I don't know. But what I do know is I see the sea rising. I see the increased flooding in South Florida. So I think you'd be a fool not to consider that an issue that we need to address.
Wow. I mean, what? Now, maybe we've solved one of the biggest mysteries of this election cycle. Why Ron DeSantis wears high heels. We thought it was to look taller. Maybe he's just trying not to get his pants wet in the rising one. I mean, this is hardcore. This is like AOC talk right here. John Kerry talk. All right, let's go to the phones. 1-888-GO-CANE-1. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
This is Mike from Louisiana.
Oh, hey, Mike.
Yeah, you're right. This guy, now we know why he wears the 6-inch high heels, because he's afraid that he might drown.
Yeah, and keeps above the flooding Florida ocean. I mean, what come on. What kind of Republican? He said climate change is real, and he sees the sea rising around Florida. He's actually seeing this. If he's seeing that, he's hallucinating.
Right. If you see that, he's hallucinating. You talked when you bring this in on YouTube, and you took us out to Miami Beach or whatever. We've seen where that beach is. We've seen, and you basically pointed out that it's the same place it's been for decades.
Yes. I think I might do an update with that video, with that clip of Ron DeSantis, and do my Where the Boys Are measure again. I do this. I've done this many times. Where the Boys Are is a famous movie. It was filmed in 1960. Well, it came out in 1960, so it might have even been filmed in 59. But it's a 1960 movie about spring break. It was filmed on Fort Lauderdale Beach. They even go to the Elbow Room, the world-famous Elbow Room on Las Olas and A1A, and I've done YouTube videos on this in the past. I think I might do another one, an update. Maybe when we have a sunny weekend, I'll do it. I don't know what the weather's going to be like this weekend, but I'll do it when it's sunny. But I'll show what the Fort Lauderdale Beach and the ocean looked like in 1960, and then I will show it. That would be 64 years later in 2024. And guess what? It's in the same place, and it hasn't risen.
Yep, and my question about the Nikki Haley thing, the sex scandal with Nikki Haley, how is this not a big news deal? I mean, any other Republican that would have done this, it would be a big news deal. Think about this. They ran a guy out of Washington because he talked about sex parties. That he would.
Madison Cawthorn. You're right. Hey, Mike, appreciate the call. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, Brian, it's Lisa in Texas.
Hey, Lisa.
Now that I'm retired from my grocery job and I'm working from home, I'm sleeping in a little later, so sorry, but I'm missing more shows a little bit.
Shame on you. Shame on you.
But, well, I know you said you're going to get to Nikki's stuff, something she said yesterday.
Well, you can bring it up now. It's open phones on Friday. What did she say that you wanted to talk about?
Well, she said that the people coming over the border need to be treated nicely. They're not illegal.
Oh, yeah, let me play the clip. I have that clip here. I'll play it now. This is Nikki Haley.
Let's keep in mind, these people that are wanting to come here, they want to come for a better life too. They have kids too. They have a heart too. So we don't need to be disrespectful. We don't need to talk about them as criminals. They're not. They're families that want a better life, and they're desperate to get here.
Wow. See, this is Nikki Haley not being Americanized. She's born to immigrants. She was raised in a non-American household, and she just doesn't get it.
Yeah, this is a perfect example of a politician saying whatever they need to say, right, to get elected.
Well, what this is about in New Hampshire's a crossover primary. Democrats can vote in the Republican primary. So she's trying to get Democrats in New Hampshire to vote for her.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I see, I'm not even up on it.
You know what I wonder? She got that $8 million from the military industrial complex. I'm sure she bought a new house. I wonder if she has the doors locked, or is it a gated community or whatever, or is it just, can anybody just come in who wants to have a better life and just use her nicer new house? I mean, this is crazy.
Oh, it's absolutely nuts, and it just shows the discord within our own party, where we need to be pulling together and not plotting against one another. This is absolutely ridiculous. This woman and Kiki Boots, I love that nickname.
Yeah, Kinky Boots Ron DeSantis. Yeah, he sees the sea levels rising around Florida.
Oh, I watched that. I watched your podcast too, where you showed where the sea level's been at Mar-a-Lago for decades, eons, whatever, as long as it's been there.
Yeah, since Florida was discovered. Before Florida was discovered, it was there. Same place. Yes.
Yeah, right. So this is about the rest of us will see this happening.
Well, you know what happened? Okay, when Obama was president, he was giving a lot of money to this is how the rising sea levels in Florida began. Okay, I've talked about this, but not for a long time. When Obama was president, he was giving money to combat climate change. And I was down, I go to Miami quite a bit. And I was down in Miami Beach, and they were building new sidewalks. And the sidewalks were about 3 feet higher than the old sidewalk. And the reason they were doing that is to build sidewalks 3 feet higher so that when the sea level rises, the sidewalks will be above water still. And Obama was giving money to such projects. So in Miami, in Miami Beach, they wanted to get the Obama money to build new sidewalks. And by the way, they built beautiful sidewalks. And if you guys, when that condo collapsed a couple years ago, I went down there and made a YouTube video. I walked on those sidewalks. They are beautiful. They've got an entire sidewalk along the beach down there on Miami Beach. It never was there, and Obama built that with this climate change crap. So Miami Miami Beach people started saying the sea levels are rising, so they could get the Obama money for all this new construction down there, which they got. And someone threw this is you can look what I'm telling you up, and you'll see. You guys go Google it. You'll find newspaper articles, probably in the Miami Herald, about it. Someone, and this is true too, someone down on South Beach in Miami took a cooler that had ice and fish in it, poured it out on the sidewalk in front of the restaurant on the street, where the street and the sidewalk are. And because the sidewalk's a little higher, for a moment there was a little puddle with the fish in there, and they took some video and pictures and said, look, Al Gore even talked about this. Fish are swimming in the streets of South Beach because the seas are. It's all a myth. It's a lie. I live here. And DeSantis, shame on you for saying that you're seeing the seas rise around Florida. He sees it with his own eyes.
Oh yeah, I mean this happens even here in Texas when you build, when contractors are building, they have to look at the lay of the land to see where's the drainage.
Exactly.
Just build anywhere. They do that in California. Why do you think hills there? All they need is a little hole up in the mountains where the water's going to seep down for a while, and that whole hill goes.
Yeah, in fact, Walt Disney World here in Florida has an area that's the size of Manhattan, size of San Francisco is the Disney World property. Do you know that they can only build on 3/4 of the land? The other quarter is for drainage. Florida is a swamp. So when you start building in the drainage areas, you get flooding. And then they say climate change and rising sea levels. It's all lies. Lies, lies, lies. Yeah.
Yeah, we're watching these two idiots out there just spewing off to get votes, and everybody sees it. That's why more and more people all the time keep turning to Trump, And I hope you still enjoy the travel mugs I sent you.
I do. I use them all the time in my cars.
Oh, good. That's good. Well, listen, let you go for now.
All right. Thank you so much. Yeah, she sent me these nice Trump travel mugs for coffee, and I use them all the time in my cars. Now, I'm gonna have to do an update on that video since Ron DeSantis is talking about seeing the seas level rise. I'll do an update for 2024 on that. You guys should all follow me on YouTube, by the way. I do my weekend live streams where I take live calls just like this on YouTube over the weekend. So if you don't follow me on YouTube, do it. Now, when we get back from the next break, I'm going to get into the other clip that Ron DeSantis does not want anyone to hear or to know. And he's been up there in all 99 counties of Iowa lying to the people of Iowa. So we'll get to that when we get back. It's the Steve Kane Show. My name is Brian Craig. Don't go anywhere. Back after this.
The cold, hard
Let me get these clips queued.
But let's keep in mind, these people that are wanting to come here, they want to come for a better life too. They have kids too. They have a heart too. So we don't need to be disrespectful. We don't need to talk about them as criminals. They're not. They're families that want a better life, and they're desperate to get here.
Wow. Yeah, I love those. Sea level videos. I do. If you guys haven't seen, I'll do another one. And I've wanted to do an update for a while, but now that I got the clip of DeSantis, I'll put that in the new one. William, thanks a lot. William says, I need to buy some of those high heel boots from DeSantis so I can be above the sea. Yeah, exactly. Oh, my goodness.
Price range in any situation. I buy inherited houses, divorce houses, behind in payment houses. I will even buy foreclosures and haunted houses.
Oh.
Do you own a vacant house or one that is trashed and needs thousands in repairs? Great. I love buying fixer-uppers. Regardless of your situation, I understand that life happens, and I'm here to help you. If you own a home and want to sell it fast and easy, I'll buy it. Call me at 561-570-7070. That's 561-570-7070. 561-570-7070.
Hello, this is Mike at Friendly Tire. I've been in business 30 years at the same location and offering great deals on new and used tires. I have many suppliers. Whatever car or truck you have, I can get you incredible deals.
I haven't been snorkeling in years. When you live in Florida, you don't do all the ocean activity. When you first move here, you do. But when you live here, you don't have time to do all those tourist things, you know?
My number is 954-977-9445. Thank you.
We take on the social justice warriors for breakfast. Now the Steve Kane Show is on.
Indeed it is. I'm Brian. It's the Steve Kane Show. All right, we're going to get to the next audio that Ron DeSantis does not want anyone to hear. But first I want to talk about Friendly Tire in Margate. You know, I was just listening to Friendly Mike in the recorded commercial during the break. I stopped by Friendly Tire Wednesday morning after the show, and I was talking to him about some new things I wanted to add to his message. And do you know that you can get new tires out the door and on the road on common tires for common sizes and most common vehicles on the road for $75, brand new, out the door and on the road, $75. That's out the door and on the road, because Mike from Friendly Tire does not charge you to balance the tire, mount the tire, or even dispose of your old tires. He's also open on Saturdays tomorrow. And every time I go to Friendly Tire, I run into listeners. I ran into, well, I didn't run into, because this was not a listener, but I saw a woman at Friendly Tire. Just to give you an idea of how great the prices are at Friendly Tire, this is kind of a bizarre thing to put into a commercial. I probably shouldn't do this, but I'm going to do it. I ran into a woman who lives in her car when I was at Friendly Tire on Wednesday, and it was, oh my goodness. It was a small car too, and when I was walking up to Friendly Tire, the car was in one of the back. Before I got there, I could tell whoever's car that was, they live in it, because I could see the back window, what was in the back window. And when I walked by the car to go talk to Friendly Mike. The door was open. They were putting new tires on this car, and I saw the inside of the car. Oh my goodness. I mean, this poor woman, and I saw the woman. She looked really sad. She lives in the car, but this woman lives in her car, and it's not a new car, and it's not a nice car. She was getting new tires put on her car that she lives in. And I think about that. The new tire prices are so low at Friendly Tire in Margate that even a woman living in her car is buying new, not used, new tires. I know, isn't that something? So give Mike a call. He'll give you a quote right over the phone, 954-977-9445. I know the prices are that good. I know that's a bizarre thing to say in a commercial message, but it's true. 954-977-9445. 954-977-9445. Make sure you tell Friendly Mike when you call that you heard about him on the radio. Someone in the chat room said they would have bought her the tires. What am I supposed to do? Just go around and buy people tires? I mean, no. All right. So let me get back to Ron DeSantis. So let me get to the second clip. Okay. Hold on. Let me pull this one up. Okay. So the first clip is Ron DeSantis talking about he sees the seas rising around Florida. Now, his big thing is that he stood up to Fauci during COVID. And I know that's not true because I lived here in Florida during that time. And a lot of things in Florida were closed. This is an audio montage that someone put together. I did not put this together, but it talks about Florida under Ron DeSantis during COVID.
It's a travel checkpoint unlike anything most Americans have ever seen.
Backing up traffic for miles.
Yesterday, we saw huge delays there. Some people waiting hours to get to that checkpoint.
Kim, no state border checkpoints in Alabama, but as you can see here in Florida, Governor Ron DeSantis issued an executive order.
I am recommending to the Board of Governors, who are going to talk to the university presidents, about going to remote learning for the rest of the spring semester.
Okay, so he had checkpoints set up on all of the entryways into Florida during COVID, right? So we had a lockdown on our border like East Germany and East Berlin during the Cold War.
Checkpoint unlike anything most Americans have ever seen.
Backing up traffic for miles.
Yesterday, we saw huge delays there. Some people waiting hours to get to that checkpoint.
Kim, no state border checkpoints in Alabama, but as you can see here in Florida, Governor Ron DeSantis issued an executive order.
I am recommending to the Board of Governors, who are going to talk to the university presidents, about going to remote learning for the rest of the spring semester at all Florida universities. Restaurants, we're going to do similar to what California did. Bars and nightclubs, effective 5 p.m. today, they're going to be suspended for 30 days.
Wow! Whoa! I thought he's told everybody in the 99 counties of Iowa that he stood up to Fauci. And he said, we're going to do what California did. 5 o'clock today, restaurants, you're shut down. Yeah. But I got to eat. I got to work to pay the bills. And my kids, I got to have well, you're shut down. Ron DeSantis shut down Florida's restaurants. There's in his own words right there.
Learning for the rest of the spring semester at all Florida universities. Restaurants, we're going to do similar to what California did. Bars and nightclubs, effective 5 p.m. today, they're going to be suspended for 30 days. I worked with Miami Beach Mayor in Fort Lauderdale, supported their closures of some of their beaches.
More restrictions.
Whoa! Oh, yeah, this is Mr. I stood up to Fauci. I stood up to Fauci. He shut down the beaches. And furthermore, he went on television and told spring breakers, spring break is not happening. And let me tell you, when they shut down the beaches, because I remember, I did YouTube videos on all this stuff, okay? They had police officers at the beach, making sure you didn't step on the beach. Our old studio in Boca was about a mile from the beach, from Deerfield Beach. And many a morning I'd go out there and they'd have police cruisers with their lights on. You can't step on the sand. because Ron DeSantis closed down the beaches. Mr. I stood up to Fauci.
Going to remote learning for the rest of the spring semester at all Florida universities. Restaurants, we're going to do similar to what California did. Bars and nightclubs, effective 5 p.m. today. They're going to be suspended for 30 days. I worked with Miami Beach Mayor in Fort Lauderdale, supported their closures of some of their beaches.
More restrictions put in place tonight in Miami Beach. The entertainment district between 5th and 15th Streets is getting an 8 p.m. curfew.
We're going to suspend for 2 weeks any new vacation rentals in the state of Florida.
The governor issuing Executive Order 2087.
Wow. Vacation rentals. So, yeah, your vacation rentals. So a lot of people were fleeing these blue states to Florida, right? You couldn't rent out your rental property to people from out of state because of Ron DeSantis' order. Mr. telling everybody he stood up to Fauci. He he set up checkpoints on all the borders entering Florida from our border states. He shut down the schools. He shut down the restaurants. He shut down the beaches. He shut down spring break.
Getting an 8 p.m. curfew.
We're going to suspend for 2 weeks any new vacation rentals in the state of Florida.
The governor issuing Executive Order 2087, ordering vacation rental properties to suspend operations. I talked with one business owner that said he's tired of hearing about closures. He wants some good news.
Daytona Beach Shores police say last night their officers went around to all restaurants and bars, handing them a copy of the governor's executive order. They say they're out tonight patrolling to make sure everyone's in compliance.
Theme parks, restaurants, retail stores, and other businesses are still closed.
For those of you who aren't from Florida, welcome to our oasis of freedom.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I don't know who put that together, but it's good. That's Mr. I stood up to Fauci. And I remember watching on the local news the idiot mayor of Fort Lauderdale walking with code enforcement people down Las Olas using this DeSantis order and shutting restaurants down. What a jerk. He's probably still the mayor. That's Ron DeSantis. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yeah, good morning, Brian.
Hey.
Great.
Hey, Richie.
Back today.
Thank you.
Listen, he rewrote history here. While you and I lived it, I had a friend from Utah who drove here, and he wanted to go to the beach. I said, you're going to be arrested because he threatened people with arrest if they hit
That's right.
on the beach. I mean, I know this happened here, and I know we knew a lady that she has a little motel down by the river down here, and she had to shut that down. Everybody shut down. We were shut down for probably 2 months.
Oh yeah, and I know some people will say, well, Trump shut down the economy. Yeah, he did. But DeSantis has been running around all year saying, I stood up to Fauci, we didn't have lockdowns, all this stuff. He's lying about it. He's lying about it.
It's something else that you don't realize. I've been around a long time here. I drove a bus for 32 and a half years through South Florida. I'm going to tell you about this climate change crap. Okay, when I first moved in 1967 down here, if you went to Dania down A1A, you were underwater going from on A1A, and you had all sorts of crabs all over the place. They used to tell you, watch your tires because you're going to get flat tires.
Yeah.
No flats, by the way.
Mm-hmm. Run flats.
I mean, there were shells. They were run flats. There were shells all over the place. And what happened in Florida, driving the bus, I realized what they were doing. The more people came here, they started changing the roads and the canals, the directions. And there were so many screw-ups. In other words, where it used to flood in one place, now it's flooding in another place. But it's the same flood.
They built roads and stuff into flood zones and drainage areas, and then they say, "Oh, the sea levels are rising." Yeah,
and they're not at all. I'm going to tell you, it's so totally ridiculous with this flooding garbage down here. There's no, matter of fact, I think there's less flooding in populated areas.
You know, I've lived in South Florida since '84. Been coming down here since the '70s. I have never, even through our hurricanes, I've never been in floodwaters. My mother lives in Fort Lauderdale off Riverland Road. Never, and that's where I grew up. Not one flood.
Do you know Hollywood Boulevard? Hollywood Boulevard first.
So what's Ron DeSantis talking about here that he can see the sea levels rising? Is he lying? Is he pandering?
He's lying. Do you know what they did? Listen real quick. On Hollywood Boulevard, they had barricades up for 2 years because they pitched the road wrong when they resurfaced the road. Everybody along the south side of Hollywood Boulevard by the ocean, from US 1 to the beach, they were all, those were expensive homes.
Yeah.
South Lake.
Yeah. So, but getting back to, Ron DeSantis has been lying. He shut down the restaurants, the schools. He shut down the beaches. He closed Spring Break. If you went on a beach, you were arrested.
Everything got shut down. And I'm just going to say one other thing. The housing prices here on the taxes. Now, not for nothing. The insurance. When I moved here, the taxes are up too, but the insurance. When I moved here in this house 8 years ago, and I was sort of in the middle of nowhere, I guess, I was paying $960 a year frontline insurance. Now I'm paying $2,400.
Yeah, and you're retired. That's a lot.
And I'm on a fixed income. It went from $900 to $2,400 just on the tax.
Yeah.
If it was connected to my mortgage, I'd be in trouble because you got to pay interest rate.
Yes.
That's why I separated.
All right, I got to run, Richie, but thanks for the call. Oh, one thing that's totally unrelated, as we only have a few seconds till the break. Why is Palmetto Park Road, east of 95, still under construction? That road's been under construction for like how many years? What's going on? I don't understand what's going on. All right, we're coming up on the top of the hour. We'll get back to this. I got more on Ron DeSanctimonious and Nikki Haley. They had a town hall on CNN last night. I'm Brian. It's the Steve Kane Radio Show, Florida's longest-running radio show. We'll be back with your calls and more right after this.
WWNN Pompano Beach, WIRK.
What do you guys think about this audio I have of DeSantis that I shared? It's pretty brutal. I mean, it's completely different than what the hell he's talking about, isn't it? It's not about what was true or anything. It's what about that time. It's about Ron DeSantis keeps telling people he stood up to Fauci. I mean, I would, if I had him here, I'd play those clips and then I'd get the tape measure and ask him to take the shoes off. No doubt about it. I am going to replay it. I'm going to replay both. I'm going to play them uninterrupted. Now, if you rewind to the beginning of the stream before the show started, you can see what I'm wearing under this shirt I showed everybody. I unbuttoned my shirt and showed everybody what I got on under. if you have a mortgage, you're required to have insurance. Now, I'm not going to talk about the Oversight Committee right now. I haven't even gotten to hardly any of my stuff.
Alexa, what's the longest running radio show in the state of Florida?
The Steve Kane Show, which has been on the air since 1977, is the longest running radio show in Florida.
The Steve Kane Show, weekday mornings, right here on True Oldies.
Here's your True Oldies ABC News Update.
ABC News, I'm Richard Cantu. Donald Trump filed his U.S. Supreme Court appeal trying to get it to overthrow Colorado's Supreme Court, which kicked him off the primary ballot.
Lawyers for the former president say it shouldn't be up to state officials or courts to determine who's eligible to run for president, especially when it comes to whether one engaged in the insurrection. They know the 14th Amendment allows Congress.
Yeah, there's two movies that, I'm not sure if I can get a clip from the second one, but there's two, it's Open Phones on Fridays, always Open Mega Mike Friday. That sounds pretty cool, Optimist Outdoors. All right, we're coming back. It's the end of the break.
1977, it's the Steve Kane Show with Brian.
All right, I'm Brian. It's the Steve Kane Show. We are back live today. It is Friday, January 5th. We were not here live yesterday. By the way, yesterday I had my phone off pretty much all day, and when I turned my phone on, I got so many notifications, DMs, emails, and text messages of people asking me what happened. Why wasn't I here? It was nice to hear all that. I appreciate that, guys. I probably did not get back to you if you did do that, but I appreciate all the curiosity. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from? Oh, hey, Doug.
And then, DeSantis, he let certain businesses stay open because they were essential, like Target and Walmart, and that was bad enough. But then what really got me annoyed is that he let Orange County Orlando Convention Center stay open, and they had 53 different shows during the pandemic time, bringing people in from all over the world.
Well, I don't know about it. No, the point is, I appreciate the call. I don't want to relive COVID, okay? I don't want to talk about COVID. We didn't even talk about COVID when it was going on, all right? So I don't want to sit here and talk about COVID. What I'm talking about is what kind of man Ron DeSantis is, right? He's a man who is not the man that he's presenting himself as in Iowa. I'm going to play these clips again, and then I'm going to move on to the new ones, because I got more of him. I got some new stuff with Nikki Haley. There was a CNN town hall with Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis, so I want to get to all of it. But I want to first play these clips that Ron DeSantis doesn't want anyone to know. And I'll tell you this. Ron DeSantis is welcome live in studio any day of the week. Okay? Maybe I should bring in a tape measure and just keep it here. Is there a tape measure here at the radio station? I don't know. Maybe I'll bring one and leave it here just in case, because if Governor DeSantis wants to stop by, I'm going to do two things. I'm going to play these clips, have him explain himself, and then I'm going to ask him to take his shoes off and measure his height to find out if he was lying to Patrick Bet-David. He told Patrick Bet-David said, "How tall are you, Governor?" He said 5'11", DeSantis. So I want to measure him and find out if that's true. If he is, I'll say, "Hey, I'm sorry, Governor. I have been I've been wrong. I've been saying that you've been wearing heels and all this stuff, and you are 5'11". I've got the tape measure out. We could end this. We could end this debate. right here in front of that microphone. Yeah, I'm going to bring in I got a bunch of tape measures at home. I don't know why I have them. I don't use them for anything. But I'll bring one in. I'll leave it here in the studio just in case. You'll know, Mike, if the governor's here, first the door will open, it'll be state troopers because he'll have his entourage. Oh, man, that'd be exciting. Exciting. Yeah. We might even get a story in the news about us. And you know what? If he really is 5'11", like I'm going to get that. I got to get that clip from Patrick Bet-David so I can play that. If he really is 5'11", like he told Patrick Bet-David, I will apologize to the governor. Right? I will apologize. I'll do it live on the air. Oh my goodness. All right. Let me play the two clips, then we'll get to the new ones. You know, I had to do an on-air apology to a girl once that was another radio personality. And this was the best radio apology of all time. This girl, she was dressed like very strange. I'll just tell this quickly, guys. I don't want to digress. There was this show I used to do. The program director didn't want me on the air. Okay? Well, the assistant program director didn't want me on the air. And I came up with an idea for a show, to do a talk show, and I got the approval of the station, but the assistant program director hated me and didn't want me to do the show, so we made it a panel show. And some of you may remember my old 20-something show, that's how long ago it was. I'm like, that would be 50-something. But the 20-something show was a great show. It was a panel show, and it had 5 co-hosts, and I was one of them. It was supposed to be just me. So what I did was give these people such a hard time, they would quit. I went through 16 co-hosts in just a few months. 16 co-hosts. Because every time someone would quit, Nick, he was the guy that didn't like me, he would bring somebody else in. 16 co-hosts. You know how hard it is to get people to quit being on the radio that are trying to break into the business? 16 co-hosts I got to quit. Doing some really stuff. And this one girl, she was dressed like in man's clothes, and I asked her, I said, why do you dress like a lesbian? And she got so upset. And the assistant program director, Nick, that didn't like me, he came up with this idea to get me in trouble. He said, he said, you have to do an on-air apology, record it, and it's got to play once an hour on the station for the day, for 24 hours. I said, okay. And he just told me to go record the on-air apology. So I did, and I remember her name, but I'm not going to say her name. It was just, I'll make one up. Sally. Or Ellen. That'll be more appropriate. So I did this on-air apology, recorded it, gave it to the traffic manager. It played at the top of every hour for 24 hours. I said, this is Brian Craig. On Saturday's 20-something program, I said Sally was a lesbian. Sally is not a lesbian, okay? Sally is not a lesbian, and I should not have said that she's a lesbian because she's not a lesbian. That played at the top of... Now, by the time that was done, everybody thought she was, like, deeply in the closet lesbian. That was... Oh, my goodness. I got in more trouble for that, too. The apology got me in more trouble than the original thing. But anyway, back to this. Oh, man, that was beautiful. That was beautiful. All right, so let me get back to Ron DeSantis here. So let me just play for those that are just tuning in, let me play the clips from the first hour, and then I'll get into the new stuff. Okay, this first clip is Ron DeSantis when he was running for governor the first time. It was during the Republican primary before President Trump endorsed him when he was losing. Listen.
The sea rise may be because of human activity and the changing climate. You know, maybe it's not. I don't know. But what I do know is I see the sea rising. I see the increased flooding in South Florida. So I think you'd be a fool not to consider that an issue that we need to address.
Okay. So Ron DeSantis, this before the Trump endorsement, said climate change is real. The seas are rising around Florida, and he sees it. Okay? Okay, now this is the next one. Mr. I'm running around 99 counties in Iowa telling people I stood up to Fauci. This is the truth of Ron DeSantis. This is what he calls, this sounds like bending over backwards for Fauci. Listen.
It's a travel checkpoint unlike anything most Americans have ever seen.
Backing up traffic for miles.
Yesterday, we saw huge delays there. Some people waiting hours to get to that checkpoint.
Kim, no state border checkpoints in Alabama, but as you can see here in Florida, Governor Ron DeSantis issued an executive order.
I am recommending to the Board of Governors, who are going to talk to the university presidents, about going to remote learning for the rest of the spring semester at all Florida universities. So restaurants, we're going to do similar to what California did. Bars and nightclubs, effective 5 p.m. today, they're going to be suspended for 30 days. I work with Miami Beach Mayor in Fort Lauderdale, supported their closures of some of their beaches.
More restrictions put in place tonight in Miami Beach. The entertainment district between 5th and 15th Streets is getting an 8 p.m. curfew.
We're going to suspend for 2 weeks any new vacation rentals in the state of Florida.
The governor issuing Executive Order 2087, ordering vacation rental properties to suspend operations. I talked with one business owner that said he's tired of hearing about closures. He wants some good news.
Daytona Beach Shores police say last night their officers went around to all restaurants and bars, handing them a copy of the governor's executive order. They say they're out tonight patrolling to make sure everyone's in compliance.
Theme parks, restaurants, retail stores, and other businesses are still closed.
For those of you who aren't from Florida, welcome to our oasis of freedom.
Okay, so yeah, he shut down restaurants, had East Berlin Soviet Union style 5 p.m. curfews, shut down restaurants, told people they couldn't rent their property out to people from out of state. He was modeling his shutdowns, and by the way, he went to the beach, he got arrested, it's true. He was modeling his restaurant shutdowns after Governor Newsom in California. That's Ron DeSantis. A little different than what he's telling us he did during that period. All right, we're going to take our first break of the second hour, and when we get back, I'll get into the new stuff of DeSantis and Nikki Haley from last night's CNN town hall. All right, I'm Brian. It's the Steve Kane Show. We'll be right back.
Don't sit on the sidelines. Call the Steve Kane Show live on air now. 888-GO-KANE-1. This is the Steve Kane Show with Brian Craig.
Brian Craig here. When it comes time to get my blood work done, I don't have time to spend hours at the doctor's office or waiting hours in one of those big labs. That's why I go to any lab test now and any lab test now, of course.
Oh, yeah. He's a huge liar. I know. People forget. People forget. And even a lot of us here in Florida, we've blacked out that period. So, and it's not, I mean, I don't want to start talking about that. I'm just, he's a liar. He's not the person he claims to be. He did betray his JP. Oh yeah, he rewrote his whole history, and I think I think he's so far gone that he believes his own crap. I really do. I'm telling you, JP, I'm with you. I know. Make sure you all like the video. Guys, when you guys like the video, that helps get my video recommended to people that have not yet found the channel. There's over 1,000 of you in the live stream right now. Yeah, I even did a vlog the first day the beaches opened. I parked over by William Youngerman's office and went to the beach. He's down by the beach.
Beaches on 95.9 FM, the Treasure Coast on 106.9 FM, hear us in Boca on 95.3 FM, Fort Lauderdale on 96.9 FM, and anywhere in the world at...
All right, callers on hold, stand by. Coming up on 19 minutes after the hour, we are back here live. It's Friday, January 5th. We were not live yesterday. It was a best of, and it was an unplanned day off. I actually sent a text to Mike at 5:30 in the morning yesterday, so it was the best that Mike could get in about 15 minutes before showtime. But I'm sure every show's great. I don't know what ran yesterday, but I'm sure it was spectacular. Now, if you're on hold, stand by. There's 2 openings on the board at 1-888-GO-KANE-1. If you or someone you know suffer from neuropathy, go see them at Lighthouse Medical Center. They have a neuropathy treatment that works. I've seen it work in many of our listeners and Steve Kane. It works. I've talked to patients that have been just like totally have a transformed life. Neuropathy is a disability. I don't know if you can legally get disability if you have neuropathy, but you should be able to because it's that bad. The numbness, the pain, the burning, the tingling in the hands and the feet, the dizziness, the falling down, the feeling of pins and needles over your body and your hands and feet, all that gone with their treatment. Now, if you can't make it into their office in Pompano, they understand that those who suffer from neuropathy probably don't drive and can't make it in sometimes. If you can't make it into their office, they can still help you. That's for both local, here in South Florida, or anywhere else throughout Florida and America. No matter where you're located, they can help you. I'm going to give you the number. It's 754-222-6642. When you call, make sure you tell them you heard about them on the Steve Kane Show so you can take advantage of their no-charge consultation. 754-222-6642 and online, lighthousemedicalcenter.com. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Good morning, Brian. How you doing? This is Ronnie Big W from West Palm.
Hey, Ron in West Palm.
Oh, man. This Ron DeSantis is a liar. On everything he says, he allowed fossil ginseng to be placed in all of Florida state roads, which the EPA says that is the most highly cancerous causing.
Well, I don't want to. I don't want to get into too many different issues, but I want to. You know, I've seen him on TV many times during this Iowa primary season, starting at the Iowa State Fair, saying I stood up to Fauci. He shut this country down and modeled this state down, and he modeled what he did after Governor Newsom. So that makes him a liar. It makes him a yeah.
That's my point. He's a liar. You know, he's a big liar. So why should I believe him or follow this individual?
Well, and look, and he lied to President Trump about being MAGA. He lied to us in Florida about being MAGA.
Now you understand what I'm saying. No matter what he says or does, he's a liar. He's false. And I'd like to know how in the...
Wait. I'm not sure what he said there. I think it was okay, but it sounded like something else. Did you hear it? You got heard it? I might have been too quick on the dump, but because he said he's, and then I heard something with an F word, so I hit the dump. If you're on hold, stand by. I got to wait for the delay to build back up before I can take another call, so let me play another clip. DeSantis did an interview in Iowa last night, and the reporter was pretty darn good. Asked him to name a state that he could win. Did you guys see this? DeSantis.
You put all your eggs in the Iowa basket. Can you name another state you think you could win?
That's not true.
Can you name another state you could win?
Yes. You wait till what happens when we get out of Iowa. It's going to create a lot of. We're going to be able to win a lot of states. We have a great organization in New Hampshire. We have a great organization in South Carolina. We can have a lot of great organizations throughout Super Tuesday. So you're going to see this is very dynamic. You're going to see it's a long process, and we're going to be able to win. So stay tuned. But to say that we've put all the eggs is not true. We have great organization and field programs in the early states, and we're going to compete in all of them.
He couldn't name one state that he could win. She asked multiple times. Okay, delay is re-engaged. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Jeff from Maine, Brian.
Hey, Jeff.
The day Ron DeSantis took money from the Bushes and the Republican establishment, he fired himself from ever being elected again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And, you know, that I knew when I saw him, when I first started to pick up there was a problem, and I wasn't too sure, but when he was sworn in as governor for the second time, Jeb Bush was standing behind him, grinning ear to ear, and my first thought was, what? Now I said, you know, he was our governor, and Jeb was a good governor. He was governor for 8 years, but what's he doing there, and why is he looking so happy? Now we know.
And every time he opens his mouth, he's lying. He was asked, what states could you win?
That's what I just played.
Right. He didn't say, I could win this state or that state. He just said, we're doing good.
Yeah. Listen to this one, Jeff. Listen to this clip. This is DeSantis. This is yesterday at the CNN town hall. Hold on. Let me rewind it. I wasn't ready. Here we go. CNN town hall.
Did the January 6th insurrectionists display patriotism, as some of them claim they did?
No, of course not. I mean, that was not a good day for the country. I think the media has taken that, and I think the left has taken that and really tried to politicize it, but it was not a good day for the country.
Okay, now that's Ron DeSantis saying that the January 6th people are insurrectionists, right? Isn't that what that means? And all those people that are in prison in the gulags around America, I mean, he's attacking them. President Trump's talking about giving them pardons. It's pretty bad, Jeff.
And he said that to set that up as a platform to attack Trump. I'll bet you next he's going to say something.
Oh, yeah, it's coming. It's coming. Yeah, I mean, he's not the man that he is portraying himself as. He's not one of us. He's one of them.
And I can't wait for Nikki Haley to tank too, because both of them, it says it in your headline, neither one of them are unelectable ever again.
Yeah, and for everyone that for everyone who called the show on Wednesday when we were last year live that said, don't talk about these people, it's over. Really? Eric Trump had an event last night in Iowa talking about Haley and DeSantis. Donald Trump is doing a massive number of events in Iowa starting this weekend. So they're still running. They're not accepting that they're just going to win this. Okay? The Trump family are running like we're 60 points behind, not 60 points ahead. And I'm going to do the same thing.
Hey, can I talk about something when Eric Trump was giving that speech last night?
Mm-hmm.
When he said, I'm going to call Dad, he said he'll answer. He always answers for his kids all his life. That was an awesome.
I missed that. Tell me what happened. I missed that.
He says, I'm going to call Dad.
And he did it?
When any of the kids call Dad, Dad picks up.
Did he? Wait a minute. Did he call?
Dad? And he called his dad, and President Trump answered.
Get out of town. If somebody send me that clip, and I'll play it on the air. That's awesome.
You need to play it. It's awesome. That man loves his country and family so much. He could have sailed off into the sunset and never had another care in his life. He loves his country and his family so much, he's willing to put up with all this.
Wow. Well, obviously I was indisposed yesterday. That's why we were not here live. But I missed that part. I saw some of the Eric Trump speech. So if someone has the clip of Eric Trump calling his dad during the speech and the president answering, DM that to me. I'll play it on the air. Hey, Jeff, have a great weekend.
Have a great weekend, everyone. God bless.
All right, now if you're on hold, stand by. We're going to take our bottom of the hour break. We are back here live. It is Friday, January 5th, 2024. My name is Brian Craig. You're listening to Florida's longest running radio show, The Steve Kane Show, on the radio since 1977, celebrating 47 years on the radio. We'll be right back.
Making morning radio great again.
Does anyone have that clip? Where can I get that clip, guys? I want to play that. Does anyone know where I can get that clip? Or where in the speech it was? I'll pull it up. No, I can't find the clip. So if you, I don't have time. I gotta find it and then play it before I play it on the air. So if somebody knows where I can get that clip that Jeff was talking of the speech, it might be on Eric's Twitter. That's a good idea. I'll check his Twitter. Eric follows me on Twitter. See, just to show you guys, Eric Trump follows me on Twitter. See, it says follows you. See that?
I have it, but it's when Trump just answers the phone.
Oh, check. Can you text it to me and see if I can find the... No, he doesn't have it on his Twitter.
Well, I was looking at his Twitter, but it's in this videos part.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I sent it to you.
I gotta listen to it before I play it, though.
I'm in Iowa with an incredible group of people. There's tremendous...
Okay, I'll play when we get back.
72, and ever since have been one of the largest locally owned, family-run health food stores in the area. We carry thousands of supplements like vitamins, minerals, herbs, homeopathics, diet and fitness, and so much more. All your favorite top-quality brands. We also have tons of natural foods like gluten-free, paleo, and organic, as well as health and beauty aids, pet foods, and more. Visit Vanessa.
All right, I'll play when we get back. Let me.
No,
I got time to play. I gotta
all your family's natural health needs.
play it off there.
Hey, Pops, I'm in Iowa.
Oh, he calls him Pops.
Group of people. There's tremendous support in the state. There's a tremendous amount of media here. We're going to win the state in a very, very big way. I'm telling everybody that they've got to go out and caucus because we're going to put DeSantis to bed. I think he already might be in bed, and Haley's not doing too well either, especially after her dad. I'm not sure if you saw her comment today. It wasn't exactly artful, but I think she upset most of Iowa. But say hi to the entire crowd.
Well, I just want to thank everybody for being so
That's amazing.
wonderful. And always remember, we got the farmers of Iowa $28 billion. That's a lot of money. And I can't...
Okay. Okay, we'll play when we get back. That's pretty cool. Oh my goodness. Oh, I got a sneeze coming on. Ugh. All right, callers on hold, stand by. So we have a new producer on the program, Jeff from Maine, and I missed this part. Eric Trump's great speech in Iowa last night. He said that whenever the kids call, President Trump always answers, and that's a lot. He's got a lot of kids. You know, I have one, and when my daughter calls, my wife and I, we stop whatever we're doing too, but sometimes it's hard, but we just got one. So I've got the clip, and this is on Eric Trump's Twitter. By the way, Eric Trump follows me on Twitter. Isn't that nice? Eric Trump follows me on Twitter. Very nice. And so this is it. Eric Trump's on stage in Iowa. He just picked up the phone and he called his dad. He calls President Trump Pops. I did not know that. He calls him Pops. Isn't that interesting? And he has President Trump on the speakerphone. Listen.
Hey, Pops, I'm in Iowa with an incredible group of people. There's tremendous support on the stage. There's a tremendous amount of media here. We're going to win the state in a very, very big way. I'm telling everybody that they've got to go out and caucus because we're going to put DeSantis to bed. I think Yori might be to bed, and Haley's not doing too well either, especially after that. I'm not sure if you saw her comment today. It wasn't exactly artful, but I think she upset most of Iowa. But say hi to the entire crowd.
Well, I just want to thank everybody for being so loyal, for being so wonderful. And always remember, we got the farmers of Iowa $28 billion. That's a lot of money. And I can't think about Joe Biden doing that. He wouldn't even think about it, and he wouldn't know how to do it. But I just want to say we have had a great relationship with Iowa, with the farmers and everybody else. We've got a lot of other people in Iowa that do an incredible, productive job, and we love you. I'm going to be coming out there on Friday. I'm going to be there Friday and Saturday. Then I'm coming back the following week. And I'm going to caucus probably in Des Moines. I'll be doing caucus with you. We're going to work it, and we can't take any chances. And has to get out because we don't want to sit back and rely on the polls. We have to take our country back. Biden is destroying our country at the border with our military, with interest rates, with every single thing. With energy, look at energy costs. Your energy costs have tripled. Your food costs.
No, I mean, that was just amazing. Amazing. Oh, my goodness. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
I'm from Fort Lauderdale.
Hey, what's up, Fort Lauderdale?
Okay, Brian, I'd like to know, okay, I've seen this thing that here in our state where we live at, they're trying to create a day to commemorate January.
No, that's not a smart idea.
Well,
no one. By the way, no one's trying to start that, and these people think I'm stupid. Oh my goodness! They try to set you up and do stupid things, and oh my goodness! You're on the air. The guy's been holding on for like 20 minutes. You're on the air. What's your name?
It's Greg. Do you know what I have a word for you, Brian? Pathetic. Pathetic.
Oh, you're describing the Ron DeSantis campaign?
No, I'm describing you.
Oh, okay. What have I done that's pathetic this morning, Greg?
Why did Trump endorse DeSantis knowing he said all this climate change stuff?
Well, nobody knew.
Oh, Trump just endorses people?
No. When you said pathetic, okay, what did I do or say this morning that you would describe as pathetic?
Well, first of all, you're attacking Nikki Haley. By the way, do you know what a notarized statement is?
Yeah, they got a notary to stamp it, I guess.
You guess? Now you're guessing, right? What is it? Tell me.
I'm not the lawyer. You're the lawyer. Who cares? The guy gave the statement that he had sex with her in her government office, in her family car, in parking lots, and behind restaurants. Okay? So you're for that now?
Wait, based upon a notarized quote-unquote?
No. It wasn't just his statement. In his statements, which I read all of last week on the air. I'm not going to do it this morning, but I read him last week on the air. You guys can go back to that show and listen to it. He also gave names of others who were there who are witnesses to them being together, including a woman that Nikki Haley confided in about the affair.
What caused him to do this?
I have no idea.
See, exactly. You're so ignorant. You have no idea.
I'm ignorant?
Yeah, you are ignorant.
Who cares why he did it? Who cares why he did it? You know, who cares what was the purpose of Epstein in his list? Who cares? But it happened.
Listen to your own words. Who cares why he did it? Are you listening, you idiots in the audience?
You idiots, really. So I'm not the only idiot. There's other idiots in the audience, but you're not.
That subscribe to your opinions. Who cares why he did it?
What are your thoughts on what are your thoughts on Nikki Haley having sex in her government office?
That happened. How do you know that happened?
Because a guy gave a deposition with the names of witnesses.
Or let's make sure there's a lawsuit involved. Then there's a deposition. There's litigation.
Okay.
Let's back it up.
So what? So what? So what? Are you saying it did not happen? Are you saying it didn't happen?
What litigation was involved that he had?
I have no idea what happened. I don't know.
Exactly. You have no.
Who cares? Who cares?
Who cares? Right? You just spun out this garbage. Who cares? Oh, he gave a deposition. I want to hear the lawsuit. Give me the site. I'll give you all morning long to give me the site.
I'm not here to do things for you and your bidding. You've got two candidates here that are flawed. One is a woman who has sex with men she's not married to while her husband's at home waiting for her in the family car at work and parking lots and stuff. And then we got Ron DeSantis. Okay? I mean, why don't you know...
No. Let's back up, Haley. You're trying to get off based upon what did he give it?
No, I'm not getting off of any argument. I don't care why he said it. You know, this Epstein stuff that came out, I don't care why they said it. It's there. Okay? I don't know if the guy's probably not a good guy. He's having sex with married women. That's a low-life kind of guy. But he gave the names of multiple witnesses that could back up they were together, including the name of a woman that she confided in.
What was that name?
I don't have the article in front of me. It's if you go to our radio station website, TrueOldiesFLA.com, you can listen to the show last week. You can find it on my YouTube channel. I also have it up on Rumble. On Rumble, it's Nikki Haley's sex scandal. If you go on Rumble and search Brian Craig, Nikki Haley sex scandal, the entire show is there, and it details everything, including the names. And I cite the article and everything.
Just listen. I just exposed you for your...
For what? My ignorance? What did you expose? The only one doing exposing is Nikki Haley when she takes her pants off in parking lots to have sex with men she's not married to.
Upon one individual statement?
Who gave the names of witnesses who could back up that they were together, including a woman.
One person.
So it didn't happen in your mind?
There's no proof to it.
There's no proof to it. Okay.
One person.
Are you still telling us that DeSantis is going to win?
No, he's not going to win.
Who's going to win? Who's going to win? Who's going to win?
Who's going to win? Who's going to win? You sound like Trump is going to take.
What was that? Trump's going to take Iowa. What about New Hampshire? What about New Hampshire? Who's going to win New Hampshire?
Trump.
Okay. And South Carolina?
Trump.
There you go. Are you happy about that? Not wait. Trump is going to win all three of those states. Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Did you back?
Excuse me. Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
It's a great thing for our country.
Oh, okay. So you were great for DeSantis before, but now you say it's a great thing that Ron DeSantis is going to lose to Trump. Is that what you're saying?
But we have to remove Biden. And if Trump, listen, if he loses a second time, this country is...
Yeah. Oh, my goodness. All right. Hey, Greg, appreciate the call. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. If you're on hold, stand by. Our number, 1-888-GO-KANE, 1-888-465-2631. We are back live. It's Friday, January 5th, 2024. This is the Steve Kane Show, Florida's longest-running radio show. On the radio since 1977, celebrating 47 years on the radio. We'll be right back.
The cold, hard truth. Delivered morning 6 to 9 right here on.
All right, and it's time to check in with Attorney Barry Siegel from the Siegel Law Group. Attorney Barry Siegel, good morning.
Good morning.
Oh, I'm doing well. What do you have for us this morning?
Well, first of all, I just want to talk about there's several things that may be going on in people's lives that may make having their estate plan reviewed and potentially updated an important thing to do. First of all, of course, we have many people who continue to move to Florida from out of state. And of course, if you have an out of state estate plan, it's a very good idea to have it reviewed because you're most likely going to have it updated to have it Floridaized, to have Florida documents for your estate if you are now a Florida resident and you plan to remain in Florida for the foreseeable future. But then there's other things that could be happening in your life as well that may have happened since you've done your estate planning. Maybe some good things, maybe some not so good things, but some of those things may be maybe you had a divorce, maybe someone passed away, or on the positive side, maybe you got married, maybe you had a child or a grandchild. There's all kinds of things that may have changed since you did your estate plan, and your estate plan may have been done correctly for the circumstances you were under at the time that you made it, but as circumstances change, both life circumstances like I just mentioned, even financial circumstances, and sometimes the laws change, and you may not be reading the legal treatises and journals every night. Not that I do, but I do to keep up with the law. And if the laws have changed that may affect your estate plan, we let our clients know that as well. Mm-hmm. It's important to have an updated estate plan, and that's a good reason for a free review of your current estate plan.
Yeah, a lot of times there's so many different nightmare scenarios. Okay, but here's one that's really common. This is the one that happened to Steve Kane with his dad. Mom or dad pass away. The surviving adult parent remarries. They don't set things up properly with the bloodline planning. Your step parent passes away, and their family get all of your parents' everything, and you get nothing. That happens all the time, doesn't it?
It does happen quite frequently if people don't plan properly.
That's right. It doesn't happen with clients of the Siegel Law Group because they make sure none of that stuff happens. But if you don't plan properly with the Siegel Law Group, there's also the dreaded your wife's next husband getting everything. That happens too. Oh, boy. Listen, give the Siegel Law Group a call. It's a no-charge consultation with the Siegel Law Group if you mention you heard Attorney Barry Siegel on the program. All right? Online, it's SiegelLawGroup.com. SiegelLawGroup.com. And remember, no matter where you are in the state of Florida, the Siegel Law Group can help. You can also call them toll-free, 855-FLA-3782. Those of you on the West Coast, you have a new office. It's in Naples, Barry? Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Naples is beautiful. It's like what Fort Lauderdale used to be like back in the 80s. Naples is really a nice town. 855-FLA-3782. All right, Attorney Barry Siegel, we'll talk next week.
Have a great weekend.
All right, back after this.
We take on the social justice warriors for breakfast. Now the Steve.
All right, we are back. Our number 1-888-GO-KANE 1-888-465-2631. So CNN had a town hall last night in Iowa. That's what inspired all this discussion today with Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley. I got a clip of Kristi Noem I'm going to play in a minute, where she gave analysis of the two. But first, let's get back to this is Nikki Haley. Now, this clip wasn't from the town hall, but this is from a few years back. Now, the biggest issue facing America right now is, of course, the invasion at our southern border, correct? Here's Nikki Haley talking about the illegals invading our country.
But let's keep in mind, these people that are wanting to come here, they want to come for a better life too. They have kids too. They have a heart too. So we don't need to be disrespectful. We don't need to talk about them as criminals. They're not. They're families that want a better life, and they're desperate to get here.
No, they are criminals. They're in the country illegally. That makes you a criminal, Nikki Haley. So she wants to show respect to the invaders of America at the southern border. Isn't that something? Yeah. And that's because she is not an assimilated American. Her parents are immigrants. She was raised in a non-American household in South Carolina, and she thinks like somebody else, not an American. So then Haley, let's see, which one do I want to play next? Oh, yes. Nikki Haley, these kangaroo cases against the greatest president ever, Donald Trump. I don't care which one it is. You pick them. President Trump is a political prisoner. He's the Nelson Mandela of the 21st century. They're trying to put him in prison. They've got a mugshot of him. Every case against Trump, the civil or the criminal, they're all bogus cases. All these stories of Hannity relocating to Florida. How much did Hannity pay for his place, which is a tiny little place? Over $30 million? Mar-a-Lago, which is a castle, a palace, huge piece of property, and they say 18 million. Come on. Every case, both civil and criminal, against President Trump are all kangaroo cases. You all know this. This is Nikki Haley last night, CNN town hall in Iowa, talking about President Trump and his cases. Listen to what she had to say.
You said rightly or wrongly, chaos follows him. Is it rightly or wrongly? Is he the one who causes that chaos, or is he just the unwitting victim?
It's both. I mean, you see a lot of these cases they brought against him are political in nature, and there's no basis on it. And then you see some that he's going to have to answer for.
Really? There's some. So some of these cases are legit in her mind, and he needs to answer for them.
In nature, and there's no basis on it. And then you see some that he's going to have to answer for. But look, I'm not telling you anything I used to tell him. I used to tell him he's his own worst enemy.
Really? Yeah. So what does he have to answer for, Nikki Haley? What does he have to answer for? So then she gets into this bizarre conspiracy thing about the she's like a numerologist. You know, a lot of people put significance into numbers and dates, and everything means something. She said that the terrorists that attacked Israel on October 7th, that wasn't just a random date. Did you see this in the town hall last night? It was a special day. Listen to that. Nikki Haley last night, CNN town hall in Iowa.
But now let me tell you something else that's really important, Aaron. I told you about that brutality on October 7th in Israel, right? October 7th is Putin's birthday.
Oh, my goodness.
Who's the happiest man in the world right now? Putin. Why? Because the U.S. and the West took all our eyes and our resources off of Ukraine, and what do? We started looking at Israel.
Oh, so what does she want? Does she want to abandon Israel now? Is she talking about abandoning Israel? She says that's what Putin wants us to do. Interesting stuff there. I mean, this town hall on CNN was, for DeSantis and Nikki Haley, complete disaster. Both of them, complete and utter disasters. So Kristi Noem, who everybody that I know would love Kristi Noem to be Trump's running mate, she gave some analysis of both of these campaigns, the DeSantis campaign and the Nikki Haley campaign. This is Kristi Noem yesterday.
Assessed Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley's campaigns thus far, Governor?
I think they're fine. I served in Congress with Ron DeSantis. I know him. He got elected governor when I got elected governor. So, he's certainly been a colleague. We made very different decisions, though. When times got tough and our constitutional rights and freedoms got challenged, he closed his businesses. He closed his beaches. He just made very different decisions than I did and took away people's freedoms. So, I haven't supported him. I haven't supported Nikki Haley. I just think I don't really know who the real Nikki Haley is. She's whoever she needs to be for whatever ways the political winds blow that day. So we need a president that is strong, that is willing to take on challenges and has proven themselves to us. And the only person that has done that is President Trump.
Yeah. So what Nikki Haley is doing is she's tailoring her message to Democrats, because as I was talking earlier, New Hampshire is a crossover state. Democrats can vote in the Republican primary. So she's doing things to try to get Democrats to vote for her in the New Hampshire primary so that her second place finish will be closer than what she's had so far elsewhere. Oh, this is going to be great. President Trump is going to be in Iowa today and tomorrow. So we've got the weekend of Trump in Iowa, and I'm going to be watching all of it. So if you got plans over the weekend, cancel them, because this is going to be good. And we're going to hear from President Trump where his mind is, and wherever he is where we're going to focus, right? So you don't want to miss President Trump speaking in Iowa today and tomorrow, Friday and Saturday. They're going to be huge. It's going to be very important. And I'm very curious to see what he says about both DeSantis and Nikki Haley, or does he move on from them? I don't know. We'll find out. We'll find out. But this is the beginning. I mean, we're 10 days away from Iowa. Or is it 10 days? I think it's 10 days or so. And that's going to be the beginning. And, I don't like suspense. Suspense drives me nuts. On election nights, I don't stay up because I can't handle it. So I always go to bed early. But the Iowa caucus, I'm going to be watching that one. And the Iowa caucus, I watched it in the 2016 race. It's interesting to watch. It's very weird. And if you can, you should watch that one. And we're going to get the results quick. And when the only thing is they're in the central time zone, so they're an hour behind us on the East Coast. And with my early morning schedule, it makes it tough. But I'm going to try to stay up for that one. I want to see Trump named as the victor. And you heard what President Trump said to Eric Trump. We got to run like we're 60 points behind. Okay, he says we can't rely on the polls. And the polls can decrease voter turnout. Overconfidence is the only thing that we have that can harm us right now, so far as Trump winning these early states, is overconfidence and people feeling that they're not needed to go and turn out because so many people are going to turn. You can't do that. We've got to have as large of a turnout as we possibly can. And we need these victories to be huge victories. These first three, Iowa, New Hampshire, and South Carolina, we need these to be massive victories, each and every one of them, so that we can end this and get on with what we've got to do. Now, Joe Biden has released a new ad. I have not played it yet. I will get to it in the next hour. Steve will be joining us in the next hour, too. We'll play the new Biden ad, which is sick. It's twisted, just like him. Sick and twisted. But first I want to tell you guys about Dr. Appleton. Here we are. We're finishing up the first week of a new year. And if you're suffering with pain, you need to go see Dr. Appleton and talk to him about his laser wave pain treatment. It works. The laser wave pain treatment, there are no injections, no surgery, no downtime, and no drugs. It treats so many different types of pain. Tinnitus, sciatica, spinal stenosis, fibromyalgia, plantar fasciitis, knee pain, neck pain, back injuries, post-surgical swelling, repetitive motion injuries, strains and sprains, work injuries, sports injuries, bursitis pain, arthritis pain, herniated disc, rotary tears, acute pain, chronic pain, and that is not a complete list. It works. Dr. Appleton has rid me of pain 5 times. The first time was about 2 years ago in my right knee. Not only did he rid me of the pain in my knee after years of suffering, after just 2 treatments, it's absolutely amazing. The first was on a Thursday, the second one was on a Saturday. Not only did he rid me of pain both times, the pain has not returned. And that goes for my arthritis, It goes for my shoulder. Twice I had two injuries to my shoulders, two different things. Pain gone, has not returned. It's amazing. You know, when I went to see Dr. Appleton with my shoulder pain, he had to help me take my shirt off. I couldn't even take my shirt off. I was in so much pain. And he gave me the laser away pain treatment. 2 treatments again. Gone. I went on Friday after the show, and then I went back on Saturday. Gone. And it is not returned. It works. It's amazing. It absolutely is. Now, again, appointments are not necessary, and walk-ins are welcome, even on Saturdays. Give him a call. If you need directions, he'll text directions. His office will, directly to your phone. 954-973-0710. 954-973-0710. Online, AppletonChiro.com. Make sure you tell him you heard about him on the radio, Dr. Appleton. All right, you're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
My name is Charlotte Lundy from Indiana.
Hey, Charlotte.
Hey, Brian. I just want to leave you with a quick message. Did you happen by any chance to see the Roseanne podcast with Vivek Ramaswamy?
I've not seen it. I've heard about it, but I've not seen it. What did you pick up from it?
Well, what I picked up from it, you will see the true Vivek Ramaswamy.
Oh, well, what does that mean?
Well, he says he's going to win the Iowa caucus, and he says that he likes President Trump, but President Trump is not the right man for our...
He told that to Roseanne. By the way, Roseanne Barr follows me on Twitter too, guys. Just, you know, since I'm named Eric Trump, Roseanne Barr, both follow me on Twitter. So when he said that, what did Roseanne say?
She just kind of looked at him, and of course, you know Roseanne loves President Trump.
Oh, yes.
And she told him that he loves President Trump. He says, well, I like President Trump, but he is just not the right man.
Well, the question, you know, Roseanne is a brilliant comedian. She's one of the funniest women to ever live. She's not. The follow-up question is, give an example of something that makes Trump not the right man for the job. Listen, I got to run for the break. I'll check that out. Thanks for letting me know. It's the Steve Kane Show. Steve will join us after this break.
UNN Pompano Beach, WIRK HD3 Indiantown. Programming paid for by Vic Canales.
Oh, my. Over 1,100 in the live stream. Make sure that you subscribe and like the video, guys. If you're new here, this is where MAGA comes to talk. This is the most pro-Donald Trump place you will find anywhere. Did anyone hear Ramaswamy on Roseanne? Did he give any specifics as to why he said President Trump isn't the right man to be president? Wow. I thought he was getting ready to drop out and endorse Trump. She probably did. You know, Roseanne is not an interviewer. She's brilliant. I love her, but that's not her. You know, it's like I'm not a comedian. Even though I might say something funny on rare occasions, I'm not a comedian, you know. I would ask him to give a specific example of what makes Donald Trump not the right man for the job. That's the follow-up. Yeah, Roseanne's awesome.
Traffic, a service of the Palm Beach Kennel Club. Happy New Year from PBKC. Start your year winning. Visit the poker room at PBKC, open daily for cash games, high-hand giveaways, mega bad beat jackpots, and big money tournaments like the $100,000 guaranteed Monster Multi-Flight event, January 4th through the 7th. You can also play your favorite casino table games like Ultimate Texas Hold'em or 3-card poker with just $5 minimum tables 7 days a week. For more information or a full schedule of upcoming events, go to pbkennelclub.com.
See, I'll show you. There's Roseanne Barr. See, it says Roseanne Barr follows you. Roseanne follows me on Twitter, too. Elizabeth, thank you.
Of your Sloman Shield. Keep your family safe. Call 833-283-5050. That's 1-833-283-5050.
You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
We'll be back shortly, guys. I don't know if you guys saw, because I'd say the stream got cut there. If you saw, like, I was showing Roseanne follows me on Twitter. I'll show you again just in case. See, look, you can see right there. Roseanne Barr follows you. See it? The real Roseanne. Pretty cool. All right, here we go. Coming back.
Steve Kane Show.
All right, the third hour has begun. The show has been flying by. I'm Brian. Steve joining us. Hey, Steve. Oh, man, lots happening today. Oh.
Not happening every day. Not crunch time.
Yeah, well, if anybody has plans over the weekend, cancel them. Trump is speaking today and tomorrow throughout Iowa, so you don't want to miss any of that. Biden has a new ad. You want to hear it?
Yeah.
Okay. Hold on, let me... Oh, no, yeah, this is it looks like his ad that he ran on during the last campaign, but listen.
I've made the preservation of American democracy the central issue of my presidency. I believe in free and fair elections and the right to vote fairly and have your... There's something dangerous happening in America.
Okay, now when he says there's something dangerous happening in America, do you know what they show? What do you think they show, Steve? Because this is a TV ad. When Biden says... There's something dangerous happening in America. Yeah, like having cocaine and they show MAGA signs, Make America Great Again signs. That's what the visual shows when something
There's something dangerous happening in America. There's an extremist movement that does not share the basic beliefs in our democracy.
Is he more MAGA signage when he says that?
There's an extremist movement that does not share the basic beliefs in our democracy. All of us are being asked right now, what will we do to maintain our democracy? History's watching. The world is watching. Most important, our children and grandchildren will hold us responsible. The Vice President and I have supported voting rights since day one of this administration. And I ask every American in this cause.
Yes.
Oh. Our capacity.
Oh my goodness, yes. So unless he wins, there's no democracy. See, this is an interesting thing, Steve. Democracy exists as long as the Democrats are in power. If the Democrats are not in power, there's no democracy. Yeah, you know, a lot of people may not know this outside of Florida, because we follow Cuba here. You know, they have elections in Cuba. They always have. Even at the height of Castro's reign, they had elections in Cuba, but all the candidates were from one party, right? The Communist Party. They didn't, they even had it when Saddam Hussein was running Iraq. They had elections, but all the candidates were from one party, the Ba'athist Party. And that's what they call freedom in Saddam Hussein's Iraq and Castro's Cuba. And that's kind of, it sounds like what Biden's calling for. And you know what? And that ad was all about black people. Most of the visuals were of black people. It was and this talk of voting rights. It's all about reaching out to blacks. They're really in a desperate spot with black voters.
Picture that.
Absolutely. Well, Absolutely. Well, let me give out the number now. Listen, it's a toll-free call, and Friday is open phones on the program. We call it Open MAGA Mike Friday, and that means you're welcome to call in about any and everything on your mind. You're not limited to the topics that we bring up. Okay, the number's toll-free 1-888-GO-CANE-1 888-465-2631 888-465-2631. Something unrelated to this. There's a story that's in the national news. You may have seen this. A Florida woman was bitten by an alligator. And, and she was, it says here, Florida woman bitten by alligator while trying to protect her dog. Okay. I have lived in Florida almost my entire life. I don't know, and you too, Steve, I don't know anyone that has been bitten, eaten, or killed by a gator. Okay? The people that get, for the most part, there are always exceptions to every rule, but I say this because there's so many new people in Florida. And every time there's a gator bite or a gator killing of a person in the news, I tell you the same thing, and we find out it's true. Alligators, for the most part, will leave you alone. What happens, people walk their dogs along lakes. The dog sees the gator and goes after the gator, starts barking at the gator. The gator grabs the dog, and then the person that gets bitten or killed is trying to save their dog. If your dog gets grabbed by a gator, get out of there. You got to leave the dog. You'll both be dead. You'll both be dead. At the least you'll get bitten. You will not win. If you know, most of the people, they get their arm bitten off because they're holding the leash of the dog that's in the mouth of the gator. You got to let the dog go when the gator grabs it. Those of you that are new to Florida, that's just the way it is. Or you could do like me, don't live on a damn lake. I don't live on the water. I don't live on the lake because of gators. I know you do, Steve. You have any gators in your lake? You have any gators?
I haven't seen one in years.
But you've had them.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. See? There you go. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
My name is Charlie.
Hey, Charlie.
And I'm from Haiti. I've been listening to you for a couple of years. And I brought a lot of friends from Haiti to your show.
Thank you.
They call me back to tell me they love it.
Thank you.
I like Steve because he always have some good ideas. But I like Brian a lot. I know, Steve, you give Brian a lot of hard time. But he's telling a lot of truth. So
sometimes the
you should... Yes, so, I like both of you guys. Both of you have your own role in this show and helping people to have a wide perspective of the world. Brian, I went to the website, flsomething.com.
TrueOldiesFLA.com?
Yes, I cannot get to do it. When I click for the archive, I cannot. Can you give me an idea? How do I do it?
Well, let me just do it. Just let me do it live, okay? Because I go there sometime. Like sometimes I'll need a clip of a show, so I'll go to TrueOldiesFLA.com. You go to get our show on podcast. You go to TrueOldiesFLA.com, and then on the right you'll see a drop-down menu. Click on the drop-down menu. You'll see podcast. Click podcast, and then scroll down. It's alphabetical till you see the Steve Kane Show. In fact, I see it now. We're last on the list. I don't know if that's alphabetical or are we just last on the list around here now. But if you go to the podcast page, we're at the bottom. We're the last one on the list, the Steve Kane Show. It's done alphabetically. So we're we're last through all the names on the station. But so you go to TrueOldiesFLA.com, drop-down menu on the left, click podcast, and then we're at the end. The Steve Kane Show podcast, it says.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
You guys busy?
You know, I'll tell you, though, I appreciate you telling your friends about the show.
Yes, they love it.
Well, thank you so much. You know, this, the Steve Kane Show, you know, this is the 47th year of the Steve Kane Show on the air. And the Steve Kane Show, we have no advertising. This show is the longest running radio show and is as popular as it is because people, like the last caller we were just talking to, it's word of mouth advertising. You tell people you know about the program, or sometimes people are going through the radio dial and find it, but no advertising. We don't have the big billboards. We're not giving away $5,000 every hour, or something like a lot of people do because we don't have any budget, okay, for nothing. We can't, we have no budget, But I know a lot of you do that. You tell people you know about the show and you share it on all your socials, and that's very much appreciated. That's how the show has grown over the years, and that's good to hear. And Steve, it's so interesting. We have a big following of Caribbean blacks because Caribbean blacks are conservative, unlike American blacks, and because they know what it's like in these other countries, and it ain't good. They haven't been educated in this left-wing critical race theory obsessed education system we have. Now, when they have kids and they go to the schools here in Florida, things start to change. But we have so many black Caribbean listeners that are loyal to this program, and thank you all for your support. All right, we'll take our first break of the last hour and be back right after this.
Don't sit on the sidelines. Get in on the action. Call the Steve Kane Show live on air now. 888-GO-KANE-1. This is the Steve Kane Show with Brian Craig.
Have you been to Chowderheads in Jupiter yet? If you're looking for the best seafood in town, you have to try Chowderheads. You'll love their authentic New England seafood, flown in fresh from Boston. Their award-winning lobster rolls, clam chowder, and fried oysters are absolutely delicious. Come taste it for yourself. You won't want to keep coming back for more at Chowderheads, located in the Driftwood Plaza on South US Highway 1 in Jupiter. Now open 7 days a week. For reservations or to go, call 561-203-2903 or check out their menu at chowderheadsusa.com.
Good morning, Brian and Felisa. And my husband and I received our My Pillow 2.0 that we ordered with Kane the other day. The buy one get one free, and they're our first My Pillows, and we love them. We absolutely love them. They're just absolutely marvelous. Yeah, I'm so glad. I got slippers on the way too.
Go to MyPillow.com and use our promo code Kane to check out KANE and buy your My Pillow 2.0. Right now, buy one, get one free. You can also order by phone, toll free, 800-716-4879. 1-800-716-4879. Promo code Kane.
Hey, my True Oldies listeners, John Tesh here with some intelligence for your retirement this time. When you're looking for a retirement advisor, you don't trust and experience are two big qualities to look for. And as it turns out, my friend Jupiter Joe Thomas possesses both of these. Whether you're in retirement or looking to retire, I want you to give local expert Joe Thomas a call. Here's the number, 561-743-0999. Or, even simpler, you can go to JupiterJoe.com. Mention my name, John Tesh. You'll receive a free copy of Joe's book, Retirement Know-It-All. Great book. Call 561-743-0999. Or remember, go to JupiterJoe.com. That's JupiterJoe.com.
Brian Craig here, telling you about our 5th annual listener cruise. And you're all invited, except Liberal Al. Liberal Al, you're not invited. But the rest of you are. We leave April 27th on board the Celebrity Beyond, the flagship of celebrity cruises. We're going to the ABC Islands, Curacao, Bonaire, and Aruba. We have shore excursions at every port, and I'll be on them all with you. We'll have dinner together every night, private cocktail parties, we'll go to Broadway shows together, and dance till the clubs close every night. Call in at Cruise and Travel Depot and book your reservation at 561-244-5779. 561-244-5779.
All right, we're back. I'm Brian. Steve is here. Our number 1-888-GO-CANE-1. Back to the phones. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Stan for Fort Myers.
Hey, Fort Myers. What's up?
How's it going, sir? I've watched Vivek Ramaswamy lately. I'm sure you have too. Just butcher the liberal press. I want your opinion on that, and I still don't think he's trustworthy. And where does he fit into the equation as we move forward?
Well, I don't know. He said. Trump said he's a good guy last week, so I'm going to always do with what Trump tells me to do. And I'm going to watch this Roseanne interview where he said that Trump's not the right man. I'm curious about that. But I haven't seen this yet. I just didn't have time to watch it. He did an interview yesterday with some liberal reporter about race in America, and everybody says he filleted her. He's very good. He's very good, but I don't trust him.
No, I don't either. And I think that.
But if Trump does, I'm going to do whatever Trump does. So if Trump says he's a good guy, I'll say he's a good guy.
Well, I just think that the funny thing is I watch the Laura Loomer. She's actually on. I watch a lot of Infowars. At her a lot. She spent a lot of time with Vivek.
She's friends. She was before he was a national sensation. She was friends with Ramaswamy, Loomer.
She's type of a research type girl where she does her. She dots her I's and crosses her T's. I'm surprised that she didn't catch on to the same stuff that you.
She knows. Listen, here's the deal. Ramaswamy is a rock star with the Gen Z voters, okay? And President Trump knows that. So it's very possible that President Trump is going to use Ramaswamy to help get more of the youth vote out in the general election. And I'm fine with that. And I'm sure, and believe me, Loomer knows more about Ramaswamy than either of us do.
Steve, thank you for all your years. And I appreciate you and Brian on the show. Thank you so much, guys.
All right. Oh, boy, we take one day off, and they're really I like all these nice calls. Oh, man. Oh, before we get back to the phones, I just want to tell you, I made a big mistake this morning, Steve, before the show. Big mistake. Well, when I got out of the shower, I reached to grab a towel, and I grabbed a towel that was not a My Pillow towel. I thought we threw away all our towels that weren't My Pillow towels. Apparently, there was one in the linen closet. And this was the first time I've dried off with a towel that is not a My Pillow towel in a long time. And it's like the towel's like all the other towels other than My Pillow towels, but it didn't dry me. It just spread the water around my body. It didn't absorb the water. I dried off. I was sweat still. I tried to get dressed. I couldn't get my shirt on because it was sticking to me because I was wet. So I had to go out naked into the hallway and grab a My Pillow towel out of the linen closet. And of course, Mike Lindell says towels that actually work. What a concept. And boy, did I experience that today. By the way, I threw that towel away that wasn't a My Pillow towel. Towels, non-My Pillow towels just don't work. The My Pillow towels absorb the water. They dry you perfectly. And the 6-piece My Pillow towel set with our promo code KANE, K-A-N-E, just $29.98. That's right, just $29.98. They got a whole bunch of new colors, and that's a good deal. $29.98 for the 6-piece My Pillow towel set. You can also order by phone. 1-800-716-4879. 1-800-716-4879. Promo code KANE, K-A-N-E. All right, let's go back to... I won't make that mistake again, Steve. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
It's Terry from Florida.
Hey, Perry.
Hey, how you doing?
And I'll be doing well as long as you don't mention the Antichrist like you do every other chronic call of yours.
I wasn't even going to say that, but it came out of your mouth.
Okay, so good. So you're not going to say it then, right?
Well, you call it what it is. He's the Antichrist. You call it.
Oh my goodness. Get a new act.
They are sworn to uphold the Constitution, right? A lot of people in presidencies and high offices are sworn to uphold the Constitution, right?
All the presidents are, yes.
If they let Trump back in office, they have disrespected the Constitution.
Really? How so?
Saying that Section 14, Amendment 14, Section 3 is irrelevant.
Well, tell me what Section 14, Section, whatever you quoted, tell me what it says.
Amendment 14, Section 3 says that any person or any government or any high office, president, vice president, if you are the cause of a riot or causing a riot, you're not...
A riot? What part? It doesn't say. I pulled it up. Okay, I got the internet. I pulled it up, right? Oh, I'm going to, and let's see if you're so excited when I'm done.
And into it like you always do, lie. That's true stuff.
I'm going to read it word for word. This is Section 3. Okay.
Okay, all right.
But I don't need your mumblings after every word or syllable. I'm going to read it as it's written. No, I'm reading it. I'm going to read it. No person shall be a senator or representative in Congress or elector of president and vice president or hold any office, civil or military, under the United States or under any state who, having previously taken an oath as a member of Congress or as an officer of the United States or as a member of any state legislature or as an executive or judicial officer of any state to support the Constitution of the United States, shall have engaged in insurrection or rebellion against the same, or given aid and comfort to enemies thereof. But Congress may, by a vote of 2/3 of each house, remove such disability. Okay, where's the part that applies to Trump?
Giving aid. He's the one that told him to do it.
No. Oh, okay. Oh, no. Just let me read the beginning. Hold on. No. No person shall be a senator or representative in Congress. President Trump's not... No, it doesn't say that. Or... No. Or... I'm going to read it. No, I've got it in front of me. I'm reading it, but you got to listen. Okay, let me start over. No person shall be a senator or representative in Congress or elector of president and vice president. Do you know what an elector is?
Yeah.
What's an elector of president or vice president? Elector. It's E-L-E-C-T-O-R. What is an elector?
Who's been voted into office.
No. An elector is a member of the Electoral College that makes the vote for president and vice president. That's what an elector is. An elector is not a president or vice president. An elector is a member of the Electoral College.
President.
No. It says or elector of president and vice president. Trump's not running to be an elector.
You're going to make me pull it up. You're going to let me pull it up and let me read it for you because you're not...
Well, if you can do that, and if you don't read it as I did, you're leaving out the word elector. But don't pull it up. Pull it up. We'll wait. I'm sure Steve's going to kill me, but we'll wait. Pull it up. The rest of you on hold, stand by. I'm going to let this guy do himself in. You better read it properly. I've got it in front of me, the Constitution. I don't want you to leave any words out. We're waiting. We're up against a break. We're actually going to take this break late.
14th Amendment.
Section 3. Read it. You said you'd pull it up.
I'm pulling it up now.
Read it.
Show me Amendment 14, Section 3.
Oh, he's talking to Siri. Oh, my God. You're talking to your phone, yeah. Yeah. Hey, we're standing by. We're taking the break late. We're doing everything else. I'm waiting. Come on now. See, if I take the break, he'll all of a sudden have phone problems. Come on. You got the slow... Section 3.
3.
Okay, read it.
No, I can't do it.
Oh, now you can't do it. Okay, I can't have dead air. Okay, how much dead air do you need? Let me tell you, dead air is like you can't do that in radio. I'm going to do it. For how long do you need dead air for me to stop talking for you to pull it up?
I don't know because my phone is picking up your voice.
Okay, I'm gonna give you 5 seconds of. I'm gonna count down, and then I'm gonna give you 5 seconds of dead air. I'll probably have the station manager run into the studio and yell at me. Okay, no calling me back. You're not calling back. You're not getting off the hook that easy. I'm gonna count down. When I get to 1, there will be 5 seconds of dead air. By the way, you can type it into your Google too, but then you can talk to... Here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now, dead air.
Hey, I'm going to call you back, right? I'm going to call you back. Let me call you back, because as long as my phone picking up you, it ain't gonna show it up. It ain't going to bring it up. So let me call you back, and I can read it to you.
Oh, my goodness. I stopped talking for you to do it. I'm going to give you 5... listen, stop. I'm going to give you 5 seconds of silence starting, and during that 5 seconds, you can look it up. Starting now.
Let me call you back. I can show it to you. I can pull it up. But it's... You know, you got it.
Read it. Just read it.
Amendment 14, Section 3.
Okay. What does it say?
I hope the president's listening to this morning. I really do. I do hope the president's listening to Mar-a-Lago this morning and is listening to this. This is great.
Yeah, it's not going to do it. Not right now.
I'm going to get an award. I'm going to get the Mar-a-Lago award.
Hey, hold on. The thing is, I can't do it on my phone when I'm talking.
Oh, now you can't do it.
Laughing and talking.
No, we're laughing at you. We've given you 10 minutes. Hey, Steve, do you think that President Trump will give me a free membership to Mar-a-Lago for this?
I'm going to call you back just to show you what I'm talking about. All right.
That we're right? That it doesn't apply to President Trump?
All right.
Oh, he hung up now. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Oh. We'll be right back.
Making morning radio great again.
I think you're going to really love it.
It's the Steve Kane Show with Brian Craig. The greatest rock and roll hits of the 60s and 70s coming up this morning. Palm Beach Patio Furniture Weather Center, where luxurious outdoor spaces are created. Here's the oldies forecast.
Morning, everybody. We're going to see a daytime high in May 30.
Oh. Oh, my goodness. That is one of the top 3 best calls I've ever had.
Palm Beach Patio Furniture, voted in the best of the best patio store in Palm Beach County. PalmBeachPatioFurniture.com.
That was great.
Luxurious outdoor spaces are created.
And now, a True Oldies Traffic Check, brought to you by the Palm Beach Kennel Club.
Also on alternate A1A US 1, there's a new crash now along Garden Avenue and Colonial Road. And we also have slow traffic starting to over 95 This report is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. At Progressive, they're making things even easier. They'll help you bundle your home and car insurance together so you can save on both. Learn more at Progressive.com or 1-800-Progressive. That's Progressive.com or 1-800-Progressive.
Traffic, a service of the Palm Beach Kennel Club. Happy New Year from PBKC. Start your year winning. Visit the poker room at PBKC, open daily for cash games, high-end giveaways, mega bad beat jackpots, and big money tournaments like the $100,000 guaranteed Monster Multi-Flight event January 4th through the 7th. You can also play your favorite casino table games like Ultimate Texas Hold'em or 3-card poker with just $5 minimum.
Awesome.
7 days a week. For more information or a full schedule of upcoming events, go to pbkennelclub.com.
This is John from Lighthouse Medical Center, CFO and Director of Neuropathy. We want to welcome you to Lighthouse Medical Center this year. It's our 75th.
It's like talking to AOC.
We help a lot of patients. We want to be able to help you with your neuropathy issues as well. You have numbness, burning, pain, tingling, lack of sleep, or balance issues, please come see us and let us help you with that problem. There's hope out there for you. We've had thousands of patients come through Lighthouse Medical Center. Being able to see the quality improved in their life and being able to help them and their family has been a blessing to us and a blessing to them, and we look forward to doing that for the next 75 years. We don't just treat neuropathy at Lighthouse Medical Center. We have a specialized knee pain program with non-surgical solutions for bone-on-bone and knee pain issues. We also treat chronic back pain, ankle, knee, hip, and shoulder pain. Call for a free consultation with us today. 754-222-6642. 754-222-6642.
Joe Biden's more coherent. That's pretty bad, Richard. Now, guys, when the show's over at 9, I'm going to keep the stream going, okay? So stick with me. There's one clip I'm looking for. Here we go.
Back to the Steve Kane Show with Brian Craig, celebrating 46 years.
47 years on the air. Oh, but we got to get those updated. All right, we are back. Yeah. If you're on hold, stand by. That call was one of my top, most favorite calls I've ever had. There was one that... this one was, this one was a risk-taking call for me. You'll remember this one, Steve. A guy called in just like this guy, and he had this article that said something about somebody that we were talking about. And I asked him if he could tell me where the article was so I could pull it up, because he had this article, and I wanted to pull it up on my computer here so I could read it on the air, and he said he couldn't do it. He was in his car. Do you remember this one? Oh, I wish I had this on tape. This was beautiful. I said, if you tell me where this article is, it was attack. It was shooting down some point we were trying to make this fictitious article. I said, tell me where I can find the article. I'll pull the article up on my computer. I'll read it on the air live while you're on the phone right now. And he says, well, I'm not home. I don't have it in front of me. He says, I'm in my car. I said, you're in your car? Because it was kind of quiet. He says, yeah, I'm in my car. I can't pull the article up. So I said this. I said, honk your horn. You remember that one? Do you remember that one? I said, honk your horn. He says, what do you mean, honk? I said, you got this article. It's going to shoot down everything we're saying. You don't have the article because you're in your car. I don't honk your horn so we know you're in your car. And he did this. He went, beep, beep. Remember, he did the beep. He tried to pass it off. That was Blackwell. That was Blackwell. Remember Mr. Blackwell? Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. And the other one, I'll just tell you one more, and then we'll go back to the phones. One opening on the way. Remember the guy who... they were called when Bush was running for re-election against John Kerry. John Kerry's campaign was, I served in Vietnam. George Bush was a draft dodger. So all the liberal callers would call in and claim to have served in the military. And, of course, Steve and I have served in the military for the same amount of time as President Clinton and President Obama combined. Okay? So that's, you double their service. That's what we've done. And the callers know this. So this guy, he said, he was taking a position and supported John Kerry in the war. And he says, I served, Brian. When did you serve? And I said, oh, you were in the military. He says, yeah. I said, what branch were you in? He says, I was in the Army. I said, oh, you were in the Army? He said, yeah, I was in the Army. He says, I worked in Army intelligence. I said, oh, and then he says, so I served, Brian. When did you serve? And I said, oh, you worked in Army intelligence? He said, yes. I said, what was your rank? He said, tech sergeant. I said, you were a tech sergeant in the Army? He says, yes, I was a tech sergeant. I served, Brian. When did you serve? I said, tech sergeant's an Air Force rank. How were you a tech sergeant in the Army? And this guy was really quick on his feet. He says, well, I was in the Air Force after I was in the Army. Remember that one, Coper? That was, oh my gosh. Oh, that was beautiful. All right, every line on the board's lit. Okay, let's just go to the phones. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from? You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Brian from Deerfield.
Hey, Brian.
How are you guys today? Brian, I listened to that political ad you just played from the Biden campaign.
Oh.
And they're becoming more and more bizarre. The nation now, I believe, is fully engaged in this election.
And they're aware of what's going on. And he's feeding us that crap as a political ad.
The only base that's going to energize is the MAGA base of the Republican Party. Who believes in it?
Yeah, he's talking about the Voting Rights Act of 1964. I mean, what is this from? Is this from the Carter campaign in '76? This ad? I mean.
Sounds like. I mean, and, everybody in this country, at least the majority of people in this country are aware this country is deteriorating on a daily basis.
Well, I want to play this. I want to play this soundbite. It's kind of relevant to this, but I'm down to 3% on my iPad, so if I don't play it now, it's going to be dead. I won't be able to play it. But this is The View. The ladies on the coven of The View, and if you don't know what a coven is, Google it, and you'll get a good laugh, okay? The coven of the... a coven of yes. You don't have to Google it. Brian just told you. They're talking about Trump being off the ballot in Maine and Colorado, and the one woman on The View says that Trump should be on the ballot, and then Joy Behar chimes in. Listen.
I would say here is that I actually agree with Governor Gavin Newsom and David Axelrod. These are Democrats, leading Democrats, that say this would really cause a division that's almost insurmountable. And as someone that believes January 6th was that bad,
so what do you say?
Wait, just 1 second. I don't think the Supreme Court's going to hold this. I think they're going to overturn it, and it won't just be the originalists. I bet it's a 9-0 vote. I actually don't think they will hold this.
So you think they should leave it to the voters or not?
I think they should leave it to the voters, but I think that...
Okay, do you hear that? She says, Joy Behar says, do you think they should leave it to the voters or not? She says, I think they should leave it up to the voters. Joy Behar says, oh no. Oh no. I'll just rewind it now that you guys know what you're listening for.
January 6th was that bad. Wait one second.
So what are you saying?
Wait, just 1 second. I don't think the Supreme Court's going to hold this. I think they're going to overturn it, and it won't just be the originalists. I bet it's a 9-0 vote. I actually don't think they will hold this.
So you think they should leave it to the voters or not?
I think they should leave it to the voters, but I think that...
Oh, no. Can you believe?
Action, you know.
Can you believe? But Trump's a threat to democracy. And she doesn't even know how that sounds.
Well, I think they're out of touch with the reality now.
Oh, no. Can't leave it up to the voters. Yeah.
I mean, they run that political. They keep running that political ad that last one. People are just going to incredulous.
Now, let me ask you, that last caller, when we were going over the 14th Amendment and all with that last caller, do you think that call is worth me getting a free membership to Mar-a-Lago for?
Well, I think they should give you an award or something for...
Oh, my goodness. Oh, that was beautiful. All right, Brian, take care. We got to clear out a line here because every line's lit, and we don't have an opening for William Youngerman in the Gold Report. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
How you doing?
Okay. How are you?
Okay, Brian. Let's
get closer to the phone. Get your mouth closer to the phone so we can hear you better.
Okay. Let's look at the article again.
What article?
Article Amendment 14, Section 3.
By the way, this is not the same caller. You're somebody else.
Yes, correct.
Okay, you want me to pull up the Constitution again? Okay, Section 3.
I don't need you to pull it up. I'm looking at it myself.
Okay, read it to me.
Now, Brian. Elector of President and Vice President, right?
Elector of President and Vice President, yes.
Right. Okay, you're correct that is a person who is part of the Electoral College, right? But Brian, you're missing a part where it says, or holds any office, civil or military, under the United States or under any state. That part where it says, hold...
Yeah, what I'm missing is the part where it says president.
No, but that's not what...
Where does it say, or hold the presidency? Where's that part?
Any officer in the context of what it's saying, civil or military.
Where's the part that it says you can't be president?
There's no part that I read where it says you can't be president, Brian. Come on, look at...
Okay, so it doesn't say that you're excluded from president.
Hold on. Can we just deal with the first part of the statement that we're talking about here? Can we deal with that first?
For a second, I got to take a break, but we'll go.
The part that I'm talking about is where it says hold any office, civil or military.
Yeah.
The United States, under the United States. So holding any office, civil or military.
Civil or military. Where's the part that it says you can't be president?
Do you agree that includes the president?
No.
Commander-in-chief?
No.
Military?
No. But no. The commander-in-chief of the armed forces is a civilian position. We have civilian authority over the military, not military control over the military. That would make us a military state. Hey, good try. All right, do we have William Youngerman? Line what? 3? Okay, we'll be right back.
The cold, hard truth. Delivered morning 6 to 9.
All right, and it's time to check in with William Youngerman from the offices of William Youngerman Incorporated with the final Gold and Precious Metals report of the week. William Youngerman, how the metals ending the week?
Metals are all over the place this morning. Yesterday we saw gold gain $2.40, closing out the day at $2,043.60. Silver was up 3 cents at $22.98. Platinum was down $19, closing out the day at $9.55. And palladium lost $28 at $1,026. This morning, we've seen gold $25 lower, and now it's coming back with a vengeance. But it dropped on the jobs report, and as well as did all the markets, in fact. But gold right now coming back pretty strong after getting down to around $2,020. Right now, we're looking at $2,032.60, just down $11. Silver down, or actually up 2 cents at $23 the ounce. platinum at $946 down $9, and palladium down $16 at $1,010. So gold doing very well, actually. Every time it gets hit with some kind of a report that they keep coming out with reports on the economy and on jobs this morning, the market may take some gyrations, but it seems to be coming back very quick.
Yeah.
That's the story that we keep telling everybody. Buy the dips if you get the chance. Take advantage of it.
Yeah, and it's been staying over 2,000 a lot.
Strong base.
Yeah, and you had mentioned this earlier in the week, and I've read about this too, that the central banks have been buying up huge amounts of gold around the world.
Yes, they have. Uh-huh.
Yeah, so what does that tell you? Those are the guys that really know about stuff, okay? Listen, William Youngerman is open regular hours today, the last work day of this first week of 2024. And with William Youngerman, a couple things that are very important. One is all the metals are available for immediate delivery. That's one. Another one is no matter where you're located, you can do your transactions over the phone, and that goes worldwide. Maybe you're local and you just can't make it into the shop in Boca and you're in another part of South Florida, or maybe you're in Nome, Alaska, or maybe you're in Canada or in Europe. Who knows? Wherever you are in the world, you can do your transactions over the phone with William Youngerman. All right? His number, 1-800-327-5010, 1-800-327-5010. Online, WilliamYoungerman.com. And if you can't stop in, you really should. It's a museum over there. It really is. 150 East Palmetto Park Road in Boca, on the first floor of the Bank of America building, just east of US 1 Federal Highway, on the south side of Palmetto Park Road. All right, William Youngerman, we'll talk on Monday.
Okay, we'll remind everybody that if you're short of some cash after Christmas, you can bring in any of your items, jewelry or other collectibles that you've not benefiting from and using anymore, and we'd be glad to give you a cash one.
Absolutely, absolutely. All right, take care. Have a great weekend. All right, bye-bye.
We take on the social justice warriors for breakfast. Now the Steve Kane Show is on.
All right, only one opening on the board where William Youngerman was at 1-888-GO-KANE-1. This show, I feel like I just walked into the studio, Steve. I mean, I blinked, and now the show's almost over. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, all right, let's go back to the... before we go back to the phones, I want to tell everyone about Lighthouse Medical. And this is so important because neuropathy... Florida, we have the oldest population in the country. We probably have more cases per capita of neuropathy than any other place in America, I would imagine, in Florida, because of the age demographic. And Lighthouse Medical has a treatment for neuropathy that works. Emphasis on that works. Your doctors, your neurologists, they'll all tell you there's no treatment for neuropathy. It's not that your doctors, your neurologists are lying to you. They just don't have the proper training. They just don't know. But Lighthouse Medical Center, their treatment works. I've seen the just amazing transformation with you, Steve, many of our listeners. And whenever I stop by to say hi at Lighthouse Medical, I'm always running into listeners that tell me what a great life they now have. When we were at Wings Plus a couple weeks ago, there was a listener there who had their neuropathy, just the symptoms all gone, Steve, thanks to Lighthouse Medical. All right, so when you call, make sure you mention you heard about them on the Steve Kane Show so you can take advantage of the no-charge consultation. And no matter where you're located, they can help you, okay? No matter where you are in America, they can help you. And if you're local, in Miami, if you're in the Treasure Coast, or even if you're in Broward and you can't make it in, they understand that if you have neuropathy, you may not be able to get around too easily, right? It can be difficult. They can help you even if you can't make it into the office, okay? When you call, they'll tell you all about it, but make sure you mention you heard about them on the Steve Kane Show so you can take advantage of the no-charge consultation. 754-222-6642. 754-222-6642. Online, lighthousemedicalcenter.com. All right, every line on the board is lit. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Steve and Brian, good morning. It's JJ from Mass.
Hey, JJ.
Hey, JJ.
Hey, Steve. I wanted to talk about Nikki Haley, and it kind of ties in with DeSantis, too. I'm up, obviously, JJ from Mass. I'm up in Massachusetts. I'm driving down the road yesterday, and I turned the radio on, and I caught like the last 10, 15 seconds of a political ad. And, and this was what it said. Wherever Trump goes, chaos follows.
Oh.
And then there is the I'm Nikki Haley. I'm Nikki Haley, and I support her. I pay for this.
Oh my goodness.
For all the people, I understand the show is based out of Florida. You reach a lot of different people. For all the people that don't think it's important, because, if you're MAGA, you really don't care about Nikki Haley. We're 100% for Trump. And most of the people who listen to the show are that way, Brian. But I'm sure there's a few people out there that are maybe thinking Nikki Haley is okay. But when you're running ads like that against Trump...
don't be so sure. Somebody in senior management at our radio station, I don't think I've told this on the air. They probably don't want me to tell this on the air. I'll find out after the show if I'm not supposed to tell this on the air. Someone from senior management was driving our... one of our radio station vans down the street, and they got flagged down by a liberal, okay, that like to communicate with the middle finger. Yeah. Can you imagine? You ever flagging down radio station vans and with the middle finger and everything else? Yeah. Yelling about me and Steve. What a weirdo. What an insane lunatic.
My point being was that it's
that's true. It happened.
Up here, you're going to hear that stuff, and so I think it's important. All data is important, but to bring up when she's doing stuff like that, I think it's extremely important to bring up the sex stuff, and it may be an.
Let me tell you something. This Epstein list of nothing, just a bunch of names. Okay, if you're telling me that something that Bill Clinton said back in 1990 something is relevant today and this Epstein list. But Nikki Haley having sex in her government office and all that stuff's not relevant. Come on.
Like you say, being behind by 30 or 60, whatever motivation people need, Donald Trump is going to be pedal to the metal to the end, and that's what we have to do until now. There'll be time for coalescing and trying to get, but I don't want Nikki Haley anywhere near the White House. As far as I'm concerned, there's no way Donald Trump.
I don't know if you guys heard. Somebody just yelled in from the hallway into the sea. I shouldn't have told that story, I guess. About the van. No, listen. The reason I point out this stuff about Nikki Haley and DeSantis, okay, isn't to gossip or doing. It's illustrating how dishonest the media, even so-called conservative media, are being. What I did in the first hour on this program today about Ron DeSantis is must-listen-to stuff. And if you missed the first hour of this program, you can go back on our radio station website or my YouTube channel and listen to it. But it shows you the dishonesty of the media in all these stories.
Yeah, the information needs to get out because Nikki Haley, it just needs, when they're doing stuff like that, people need to know the other side and that type of stuff. You made some good points with regard to possible blackmail and so forth.
Absolutely.
Somebody may be sitting on that type of information until she becomes president and then pop it. Now, I don't know if that's true, but it's a possibility. And people need to be aware in order to make an informed decision. As far as Ron DeSantis goes, when people were telling you were beating on a dead horse, I bought a bottle of champagne and it was lighting off fireworks. I was dancing on his group. I despise that man. So
yeah. All right. Listen, I gotta run. We're almost out of time. I got a full board of calls. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Good morning, IB and Brow. Hey, Uncle Steve.
IB, 30 seconds.
30 seconds. Ooh, well, I don't know to say 30 seconds, but this, look, when Trump won and they saw the flotillas and they saw the long lines of trucks and they knew that they lost the country and the COVID came and then they used it to top down the country, what the abject poor and the middle class had in common, they pay taxes. So they break the middle class by when they close the business down and not let kids go to school.
Yeah.
They don't spend money.
That's right. Good point. All right, hey, good points, IB. Thanks for the call. We're doing kind of a lightning round because we're at the end, and some of these people they don't hold a long time. So you're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, Brian. This is Richard from Coral Springs.
Hey, Richard. Speak up closer to the phone. Put your mouth closer to the phone.
Sorry. I was on the wire. Just a quick thing. I know this time.
You're the Nikki Haley lover, aren't you?
Hey, Joe.
Yeah, I remember your call from Wednesday. Yes.
No, I'm not in love. I'm just correcting. So just let you know, I'm not an Italian today, but I'm not defending DeSantis. But this was the only state where people wanted to come. Name another state where people wanted to go during COVID. I have businesses in Florida. I love this country. I love Florida, but this is the only country, only state where people wanted to come during COVID. I have Airbnb, and of course, I did find at one of the places because I did not.
Well, now, hold on, slow down. Ron DeSantis closed down everything through executive orders. Now, we opened up sooner than a lot of places, but he's in Iowa. He's in Iowa telling us that he stood up to Fauci when he didn't. Hey, listen, good to hear from you. Thanks. No, 10 seconds. We're almost out of time. Go ahead.
Yeah, because he stood up to Fauci with the antibody things. But also, you have a lot of tapes. You know why? Because you need to measure your ego versus the sea level. That's why you have so many tapes in your house.
What?
It's a joke. Just kidding.
Oh, it's a joke. Oh, okay, I missed that. Okay. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, this is Carlton from Fort Lauderdale. How you doing, sir?
All right, Fort Lauderdale.
Just real quick. Is there any truth to Marjorie Taylor Greene about the January 6th doing a celebration and it was canceled in Florida?
No. Well, where does it say that? Where does it say? What are you reading from? What's the website?
Brian Tyler Cohen.
Brian Cohen? What's the website you're reading from? Where was this celebration? She was in Congress on January 6th. She was in the House.
Resort just canceled an event booked by Marjorie Taylor Greene and the Florida Republicans on January 6th after they learned it was a celebration of the insurrection against American democracy.
Oh, okay. So what you're telling us is someone tried to pull something over on Marjorie Taylor Greene and she wised up, realized what it was, and canceled her event. That's smart. So you're telling us that Marjorie Taylor Greene's a smart lady.
Okay, so what...
Oh, now we turned the radio up to hear me. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Steve, they're coming out of the woodwork. All right. Last call of the day. I hope it's good.
Yeah, John.
Oh, yes. 10 seconds, John.
10 seconds, you got it. That 14th Amendment was written about Democrats who had been in the Union before the Revolution.
You're talking about the Civil War. Okay, good. All right. Last call of the day was, All right, that's it. We'll be back on Monday. You're listening to the Steve Kane Show. Steve Kane, of course, here. My name is Brian Craig. If you're on hold, hang in there. We'll be back Monday morning at 6 a.m. And if you're still on hold, you'll be first in line on Monday's program. All right, everyone. We'll be back on Monday. Thanks, everyone who participated. God bless Donald Trump.
WSFS 104.3.
All right, guys. I'm gonna keep the stream going. So don't sign off yet. I'll take you guys down to the car with me. Hey, guys. Hold on.
Oh, Lord.
Still got the feed going. What did Jody have? I heard it, somebody else was Jody.
Oh, no, Miss Tina.
Oh, it was Tina. It sounded like, what did she say?
No, she was talking about something else.
Oh. I thought it was your... Oops.
I wouldn't be surprised if I thought it was.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
So it's still on the phone line, wondering if it's Mr. Perry, whatever his name is.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know who.
Oh, he just sounds like probably watching the stream.
Yeah. All right, I'll see you Monday.
Yeah, drive safe. Have a good weekend.
All right. Hey guys. All right, leaving the radio station. Oh, how you doing? I'm good. Good. What'd you do to your hand? I have carpal tunnel. Oh my gosh! Did you work on the keyboard all day? Oh my gosh. Hey guys. Oh man, good show today. I should take Thursdays off a little more often, maybe, huh? Oh, man. Great calls today, though. I love ending the show with a full board of calls. That's the best. I'll take a look at the chat when I get to the car. Some sun out today. That's nice. I'm getting so many text messages. Let me check my text before I go. Hold on, guys. Let me get you situated here. I'll plug in my mic. Okay, there we go. Enough. Now, if you're new to my channel, make sure that you subscribe. And everyone like the video. And, hold on. I gotta text my wife. I'm down to 2% on my iPad. Absolutely, yeah. It is 73 degrees. I'm going to turn the air on. Hold on, guys. Okay. Just texting my wife, and now there we go. Oops. I don't know how much charge I have left on my phone. I've been live streaming for 3.5 hours, so if the feed goes away on it without me saying goodbye, that's because I ran out of charge on my phone. Ugh. All right. Yeah, it's a great day. I don't know if you guys, can you see the, can you guys see the sunroof? I'm not sure that you can. Let me know if you can see it. Yeah, I just opened up the sunroof. I'll show you guys before I take off. I opened up the roof. It's a nice day. It's a little cloudy out, you know, but... Got the air conditioning on and the roof open. All right. The Florida life. All right. Yeah, this week, I might have to, when I get on the highway, I may have to shut the sunroof. This week, I made some very important, life-changing decisions about my life, which I'm not going to share with you right now, but I came to some realizations over the last couple of weeks. Oh, now I want to talk to you guys a little bit. First off, yesterday I had my phone off all day yesterday. And when I turned my phone on, the number of DMs and messages I got from you guys was absolutely amazing. It was absolutely amazing. Just, where are you? What happened? Are you okay? Is your family okay? And I was like so overwhelmed by that. That was absolutely amazing. I appreciate all of that. That was just... I'm sorry I couldn't get back to everybody, but I'd be answering messages for the days. I was just like, wow. Blew my mind. And this is the great Florida life. This is the best state, no doubt about it. And I was talking at the beginning of the stream, you know, what I'm starting to do is starting the stream when I get to the radio station in the morning. So today I started the stream, I don't know, close to 30 minutes before the show started. So if you missed any of that, you can go back and watch it. But in the first hour when I went live on the radio this morning, that first hour I covered some really important stuff on DeSantis. So if you missed that, go back and watch it. But I'm going to continue to start the stream as soon as I get to the station in the morning. Well, continue that next week. And I'll keep the stream going after as much as I can. I mean, you know, as I was saying the other day, sometimes after the show I've got to make phone calls or have business meetings and such, and I can't, you know, do that on the stream. You know. But... I'll continue to do that, and I really am trying to grow the channel here as much as I can. And you know, it's what I was telling Steve. A guy called in today on the show, and he says he loves the show. He's a Haitian guy, he said, and he's been telling all of his friends in the Haitian community to listen to us. You guys, I so mean it. We have as big as the show is. We're like a two-man band, Steve and I. And, of course, we both have help from our wives. Kathy helps me out tremendously. But the growth of the show is through those of you that watch me on YouTube or listening on the radio. And you guys can help grow this community and this channel so much by doing things like, of course, liking the videos when you watch the videos, because those likes help tell YouTube to recommend this video to other people that would enjoy this kind of content that don't know about me yet. But what I was talking about before I went live this morning on the radio to the early part of the pre-show stream, one of the subscribers here on YouTube contacted me on Wednesday and told me something that is so true. I can't remember their name. I'll go back and see if I can find it. They left a comment on YouTube. I'll see if I can find it so I can credit the person by name. But they told me that there are so many people that watch my videos in the every day that are part of groups on different platforms that have hundreds of thousands of followers. You know, Reddit groups, Discord servers, Facebook groups, Truth Social, all kinds of groups. If you could share my videos on all these different groups and platforms that you're in and encourage your friends in these other groups to subscribe to my channel, that would be just a great gift. That would be very much appreciated. Because, you know, I don't have the ability to do promotion outside of the word of mouth that you guys are offering me, which is spectacular, and that's how we've grown to where we are now. You know, the word of mouth is very good on this program. But if you guys could go that extra mile for me, it would help me out a lot. See, Trump posted on Truth Social, he does not believe that the 14th Amendment, Section 3 applies to the president. And I think he's right. The president is not a civil servant. And is talking about civil servants and members of Congress. and state governments, not talking about president, which is very interesting that they did not mention the presidency, or the vice presidency for that matter. I'm just getting on the highway now, behind a semi, which is going so slow. He's going 37 miles an hour. How am I going to merge into traffic on the highway behind a semi going 37 miles an hour? This is going to be tough because the merge lane is so short. All right. Here we go. Well, I was able to pull it off. I don't want my hat to blow through the roof. That would suck. I better shut it. Okay, a little loud. Yeah, so if you guys could help me do that on a very regular basis, that would help me a lot. Because I was talking it seems like last week. I was talking on Wednesday to you guys about this. If I can break that 100,000 subscriber mark, I can start getting maybe television invites like on Newsmax and places like that. So that's why I'm trying to get to that number. But these, this Iowa caucus, it's so important not just to win, but win by as wide of a margin as we possibly can. And then New Hampshire, this is going to be a very, very busy month. And then next month, I mean, these first three, Iowa, New Hampshire, and South Carolina, are so important. Now listen guys, I'm on the turnpike now, so if I lose the feed, if I drop into a dead spot, I'll be back. So just stick with me and refresh the feed. These, we need to win by as much as possible. We got to just settle this. We got to settle this debate. And President Trump we want him to have a mandate in each one of these primaries of support. A mandate, an overwhelming mandate of support. It's so important. I'm so glad Jeff from Maine called in today and told me about Eric Trump calling President Trump on the phone during that speech last night, because I missed that. That was a great moment. I didn't know he called him Pops. That's kind of funny. Have you heard any of the other kids? Because I've heard them say Dad. I've never heard Pops before. You know, sometimes in a family, different people will call their parents and grandparents different things. You know? They'll have different names for the same parent or grandparent. I think that's interesting that he calls them Pops. Traffic today. Well, it's Friday. I got a very busy day today. Kathy and I got to do a few things. There's one guy I'm trying to pass, and I just don't know if I'm going to get by him. Really, dude? I don't like being behind big trucks. I don't like riding behind big trucks or motorcycles. Oh, but I'm glad it's Friday. I got to have the weekend to regroup. Now, I am going to be streaming from home over the weekends, guys. I didn't even get to my show prep today. I got to just one or two items from all my show prep this morning. It's so interesting how this show works. Sometimes I'll have a story or two, and they'll just get my interest enough to go for 3 hours on just this one thing or two things. And then sometimes there's a whole bunch of stories. You never know how it's going to work. I always prepare to do the show in the mornings. It's not like on the podcast or if I'm live streaming on my home studio or something, I can just end whenever I want. But on the radio, no matter what's going on, no matter how busy or how slow the news is, I can't end till 9, right? So the way I do my show prep is I prepare for the show every day. Like I'm not going to take a call, get a call, or the news is just slow. I always prepare. What I guess I should say is I over-prepare. I over-prepare every day. That's why I get up so early. A lot of people, my wife does this. Why do you get up so early? You could, get up at 4. You don't have to be on the air till 6. Because I like to deal with the new news that's in the news that morning. And sometimes there's not a lot of news. Sometimes you're overwhelmed by it. You never know. So I always get up way early and prepare for hours. Be up to date on the latest news and information. That's what you got to do. I basically consider myself an overnight worker. Like today, I got out of bed at 1:30 in the morning. Got up, took a shower, took care of the dog and cat, and started doing my work at around 2. I'm in front of the computer by 2 this morning, making my coffee and everything. That's just how you got to do it. What a lot of people do is they'll do their show prep the night before. I can't do that. I want to deal with what's new in the morning and have it fresh in my mind. I don't like to do the show prep the day before, but most people that have a show like I do have a staff. They have producers. And it's amazing. I don't have a producer. Kathy, my wife will help. Like my wife, she'll find some stories sometimes that she thinks interesting, and then she'll text me stories. Sometimes after I've gone to bed, Kathy will see a couple of stories at night, and she'll text them to me, and they're usually very, very good, and I usually use them. Sometimes they're the thumbnail of the stream in the morning. But most people have producers that do all this stuff for them. If I was doing a nationally syndicated radio show, I would still do all the work. But sometimes, like Mike at the board op today, Jeff from Maine called in about that clip with Eric Trump calling his dad during the speech last night. And I'm on the air. I don't have time to look it up. So Mike, our board op, he looked it up and texted me the video so I could play it on the air. But I still, if I were nationally syndicated on the radio, or had 5 million subs on YouTube, I would do my show prep the same way I do it now. I was watching a YouTuber yesterday. This just blew my mind. I couldn't believe this. They do travel videos at Disney World. And they were doing a vlog at Disney World about different food at Disney World. And they said that they have 2 producers with them. What the heck do they need 2 producers for? What are 2 producers doing at with a vlogger at Disney? It's insane. People like that usually just would be, and you know, you gotta have. It's got to be your own opinions. You gotta pick. You know, when I'm doing my show prep, you know, like even my wife will send me stuff. I don't always use it. Almost every time I do, though, because she knows what interests me, so she'll send me stuff she knows. You got to talk about things that grab your attention. I grab things that grab my attention that I think will grab yours. There's other stories out there that I'm interested in that I don't bring up. Sometimes the ones I don't bring up during the show in the morning, I'll bring up on the podcast, but a lot of them I don't like. For example, there's one that I'll probably talk about on a podcast episode, maybe, or maybe on a stream this week. I may not, because it's a story that interests me a lot, but I know it doesn't interest you guys. They picked a lady, a liberal, woke, feminist director to direct the next Star Wars movie, and she's going to rid men of the entire movie. It's going to be like a big, all man-hating, feminist, lesbian kind of movie. And she gave some interviews about it. And I know some people, like Dr. Steve Turley's done a video on it. And sometimes people will do videos on things like that. But I know for the most part, you guys are not interested in Star Wars, even when it's taken over by wokesters. So I don't bring it up in the morning. Sometimes stories like that I'll bring up on the podcast. So I can't have somebody feeding me stories. I gotta talk about stories and issues that interest me, that I also think will interest you. You know, I don't just do things that are going to... What a lot of people do, people do, for the most part, 2 other things. They do stories that interest them, whether or not the audience cares. They don't care. I think I can find things that interest me that I think will interest you. Or they'll do clickbait, like, for example, the Epstein stuff. You know, if this was a slow news period, I would go through that Epstein business. But I think the stuff that's going on right now, involving DeSantis, Nikki Haley, Biden, Trump, with with Iowa 10 days away, I think that the Epstein stuff that came out is a distraction from that. I just don't think it's important right now. And maybe I'm wrong, but the information that came out isn't really that exciting stuff. I mean, they question people and they mention a bunch of celebrity names. Okay, what are we gonna, I was watching a YouTuber that I really like this morning before I came in, and they had a video on the Epstein stuff, and they had the Bill Clinton quote, and they said it very dramatically to add emphasis. And Bill Clinton said he likes them young. I'm not worried about Bill Clinton right now. If Bill Clinton were out on the campaign trail, he was hiding out in Mexico, right? If Bill Clinton were out on the campaign trail right now, campaigning for Biden, and then I'd be talking about it. But I can't get myself concerned about a bunch of people from the 90s. I mean, Bill Clinton's been out of office for 23 years, 24 years. Can you believe? That would be like talking about something from the 70s when he left office. It's just too far away. There's too many immediate things right now, and I'm just not going to do clickbait stuff like that. I just can't get myself to do it. When I get off the highway and I get to a light, I'll take a look at the chat. The traffic is moving pretty good right now. not saying the Epstein stuff's not important, but that's just not where I can focus my energies right now. My focus is on Trump getting reelected and stopping this invasion and fixing what's going on in this war in Ukraine. Get our economy back. Get gas back to under $2 a gallon. Get the economy booming. That's where my head's at. About 12 miles to my exit. Ugh. But it is a nice day. It's a very nice day. I mean, and I'd like to see these other conservative voices do the same thing. Focus on Trump and stopping these never-Trumpers. You know, Ron DeSantis last night, he came out, Caitlin Collins was moderating that town hall on CNN, and he came out and gave her a present. Freaking giving Caitlin Collins a present for her. He looked like an idiot. Caitlin Collins is the one that got devastated by Trump when she did the town hall with Trump. It was beautiful. She's the one that got Don Lemon fired, too. Traffic's starting to get heavy now. I'm in a rush today because I got a lot to do. And I've been up for a long time, so I've been up, like I said, I got up at 1:30 in the morning, so at some point I'm going to start to run out of gas. And I got a few things I got to do for sure today, this morning. I've got to get these things done before I start to run out of gas. Oh, the fair is starting. I love fair food. Maybe I'll take my daughter. My daughter's coming to visit for a week. So my wife and I, we're going to do, my daughter's flying in really late at night over the weekend. So I'm trying to get Kathy to do is, on our first date, we went out to dinner at this restaurant, and the restaurant's still there. So I told Kathy, I said, our daughter's not getting in until like really late at night. We should go out to dinner at the restaurant where we had our first date, and then it's right down the street from the airport, and then go pick our daughter up. That's a pretty good idea. It's crazy. I just drove by there not too long ago. The restaurant's still there. Same restaurant, same name. Crazy. So 27 years ago, we went there. And I think that was the last time we ate there. So traffic. Oh my gosh, I'm on the turnpike, right? There's a guy in the northbound lane in a scooter the size of mine. Now, mine's a Vespa. That guy was not a Vespa, so it was not as nice of a scooter. But the guy's on the highway, on the turnpike, on a scooter. That's crazy. I would never get on the highway on my Vespa, the MAGA scooter. There's no freaking way. I just take side streets with it. Either an accident or state troopers. I got to remember on Monday to bring a tape measure to the radio station, because I said that if I said on the air today that Ron DeSantis, Governor DeSantis, is welcome to come in studio anytime he wants, and I'm going to be able to measure him. So if I don't have, if I got a shock and the governor showed up and I don't have a tape measure, I'd be regretting it. So I'm going to bring a tape measure and I'm going to leave it at the radio studio on Monday. Okay, 4 miles to my exit. Could you imagine if he showed up and I got him to let me measure him? No matter what, if he's 5'11", like he told Patrick Bet-David, okay. Or if he's not, either way, it would be, I'd get a viral moment. I'd have to have Mike come in and hold my camera to film me measuring him. That would be beautiful. Of course, the traffic's flowing very well until I get 4 miles from my exit, then it slows down. Different way than I took the other day in the car stream. One mile. Awesome. I just hate being behind big box trucks I can't see around that are going slow. I like to be able to see in front of me. I hate these semis that have those big spikes coming off of the lug nuts. Like if they hit you, it's like a James Bond villain weapon. Like it would just like tear your car up. I exited one highway to get on another one. The thing about Florida, there's so many tourists here this time of year, they don't know the way around. So they're on roads, they don't know where they're going, they don't know. In Florida, it is easy to know what direction you're going in. In South Florida, unbelievable. In South Florida, most every road goes north, south, east, or west. Most every road. And if you know where the beach is, you always know where east is. So if you know where the beach is, which is east, no matter where you are in South Florida, the beach is east, unless you're in a boat in the ocean, you can always find your way. Very easy to get around in South Florida. Very few roads are not going due east, due west, due north, or due south. Very few. It's a grid. So even if you miss your exit, you just get off, make a turn, U-turn. You can find your way. Pretty simple. Gosh, it's 9:45 already? I got off the air 45 minutes ago? Jeez. I told you, the radio station's a very far drive. Steve lives about 2 hours from the radio station. So he's got a long... That's why he doesn't come to the radio station. It's too far. Oh, man. So usually what I'm doing now, I'm getting text messages and calls. When I'm done streaming, I'll return all the calls and text. When I get off the air, my phone starts to blow up, and I like to decompress a little bit when I get off the air. You know what I mean? I'm not really wanting to have serious conversations. Guy just passed me in a convertible Bentley, and he's smoking a cigar, driving his convertible Bentley. This guy's got the life. Gosh, how much does a car like that cost? It's a 2-door convertible Bentley. Stinking it up with a cigar. He's got the top up though. I thought there was a traffic jam up here, and there's not, thankfully. When I get to where I'm going, I'll take a look at the chat before I sign off, guys. There's a red light. Let me see if it's long enough for me to check out the chat. A little bit. Well, thanks everyone who's hung around with me. Oh, no, just turned green. Oh. Looks like there's a little conflict going on in the chat. A lot of what I'm doing a lot of times when I get off the air, a lot of the sponsors for the radio station, I stop in to say hi, to talk to them in person sometimes. Sometimes I got to talk to them about new commercial copy. Sometimes just to say hi. Sometimes use their services. You know, all kinds of stuff. Today when I'm going to go home soon and pick up Kathy. We got to run a couple errands. Then we're going to go to lunch. And then come home and then probably do a podcast today. If not today, we'll have a new podcast tomorrow. I'm not sure yet. I got to look at my schedule. I got a lot going on today. Being off yesterday just backed me up on some things. Oh, did you guys see the Bentley when he drove by me? I don't know if I'd be into a Bentley. I mean, if I could buy any car I want, there's two cars I've always wanted. The 1976 convertible Cadillac Eldorado. I love Cadillacs. And, of course, the Smokey and Abandoned Trans Am. Those are the two cars. Other than those two cars, I'm happy with anything. As long as it runs and is dependable. Motorcycle cops in a speed trap over here. I just don't like I don't like speed traps. That speed trap's been there for years. The motorcycle cops, they got a spot at the end of a bridge, and people always speed up going over the bridge because I guess they want to get momentum, and then they end up getting a little too lead foot and they're over there. I just think that's kind of a low life kind of thing to do, is to be a cop with a speed trap. Hey, here's somebody just got busted. Unmarked police car. Unmarked freaking police car. I just this city that I'm in right now, they have a lot of unmarked police cars. And there was one morning at our old radio studio years ago. This was maybe 10 years ago. I was driving to the radio station, and a pickup truck got behind me, right behind me, and was following me for like a mile or two. And then I turned on the side street to where our radio studio was, and they followed me into the parking lot. It's a pickup truck. It had two guys in it. And I'm like, what the heck is this? And I was the only one, because early in the morning, I was the only one at the building. So the police station was right down the street from the radio studio, like a mile, 2 miles away. So I drove to the, I kept driving. They were right behind me in the only car there. I thought it was very strange. So I drove to the police station. And right as I was about to turn into the police station, they turned their lights on. It was an unmarked police vehicle. It was a pickup truck. And it was two guys. And they were in plain clothes. They weren't even in uniform. And they said, why are you driving? And they asked me this. They said, why are you driving? There was one on each side. They said, why are you driving to the police station? And I said, because you guys pulled up behind me. And they said, well, why would you drive to the police station? I said, you're in an unmarked vehicle, and I can see you guys sitting there. Neither of you are in uniform. I said, for as all I know, you're going to mug me. I didn't know. How am I supposed to know you're police officers? So I figured I'm coming to the police station, and I said why. I asked them why they were following me, why they pulled me over. They said I made an erratic turn. Total bull crap. Made an erratic turn. I don't think unmarked police vehicles should be pulling people over for traffic violations. It's not safe. That's the only time I've been pulled over by an unmarked vehicle, I think. Can't think of another time it's happened. I just thought that was insane. Thought it was completely insane. I mean, I've told my daughter if she were to get pulled over, she's been driving for years. She's never gotten a ticket, never been pulled over. But I said if somebody puts lights on and it's an unmarked vehicle, call 911. A woman driving by herself, pulled over by an unmarked vehicle. No. Some departments will not pull people over on traffic violations in unmarked vehicle. I understand why they have them, but they should not be pulling people over for traffic violations. If they see something so bad, they should call a marked cruiser. Getting ready to stop. I'll take a look at the chat. Oh, I've got my mic. Hold on. I've got my mic tangled around the seatbelt. You got pulled over Tuesday at a checkpoint. Safety inspection? What? A safety inspection? What kind of BS is that? Oh, yeah. They claim they don't have quotas, but I think that's BS. Yeah. All right, hang in there, guys. I'll be back in just a minute. I'm gonna leave the stream going, so I'll trust you guys to police yourselves. Okay, I'll be right back. Be right back. my goodness. I am sorry, guys. I did not expect that to take that long. I apologize. Oh, boy. Turn the tables on the commies, yeah. Yeah, I agree. Mike Johnson, I mean, he had his press conference down there, but I'm a little disappointed in Mike Johnson. But if he's the speaker with Trump in the White House, Mike Johnson will get some things done. $50 for 3 combos at Chick-fil-A? Holy smokes. Well, the Democrats just don't care. They just don't care. I mean, that's, See, the Democrats, they want you struggling financially. Because if you're struggling financially, that'll accomplish their goal of trying to wipe out the middle class. The Democrats think that what stops them from having total power in this country is the middle class. And if they can wipe out the middle class and make the middle class poor, they think you'll become Democrats. That's really their strategy. It really is. And it's obvious, right? That's how the Democrats are. Now I'm heading home to pick up Kathy. Kathy and I are going to have lunch. We've got to run a couple errands. But you can see I've been off the air now for an hour and 15 minutes. I still got stuff to do, so. The Democrats, I know like Mark Levin, he doesn't like talking about middle class and stuff. He says that's, from Marx and, I get it. I understand the class system is communist talk is where that started coming from. But, how else should we describe the group of people that would fall into the middle class? I don't know of any other way to describe them, which, But that's the Democrats' goal. That's one of the reasons they have the border open, is the Democrats want people dependent upon them. And if people are dependent on the government for their EBT, their rent, everything, their housing, the Democrats think they got them locked up. And they're right with a lot of people. And the Democrats, they've never been able to understand. Obama was very frustrated with this. He doesn't understand why working people vote Republican. They believe their own rhetoric that the Republican Party is the party of the rich, of big business and the rich. The opposite is true. The Republican Party is the party of small business and working people. The Democrat Party is the party of the uber rich. It's just the way it is. I mean, it's, no getting around it. Oh, man. I will be live streaming over the weekend, and there will be a new podcast over the weekend, too, guys, so keep an eye out for them. Got to kind of time everything around Trump's rallies this weekend, his events. He's going to be in Iowa today and tomorrow. And I haven't checked the schedule for the exact times yet. But I'm sure Right Side Broadcasting will be covering it. All right, I'm approaching that speed trap, so I'm going to slow down and go under the speed limit. This place I was just at, there was another unmarked police car pulling somebody over for a traffic stop. Unbelievable. That's outrageous. And his uniform was a t-shirt with a vest on. Not even in a proper uniform. They could tell us all day and night that the police don't have ticket quotas. I won't believe it. And that the tickets aren't, these speed traps aren't here to generate money for the city. Of course they are. It's ridiculous. And most of these people are just starting their day. People going to work, they get a ticket in a speed trap, and tickets are expensive. Their whole day of work goes to that ticket. And a lot of these police officers, they're civil servants. They don't think like working people. They got that government check coming. They don't think like we think. It's ridiculous. Yep. I thought the motorcycle speed trap guy called it a day on the speed trap. No, we just pulled somebody over. Unbelievable. That speed trap has been there for years and years and years. I really hate, a lot of times they pull over, I see them, because I drive through this area a lot with this speed trap. They pull over lawn crews and stuff, and I'm like, oh my gosh, you know, how many lawns does that guy have to mow today to pay that ticket? Just pisses me off. They like to pull over like the lawn crews and stuff because they got a trailer and they figure they might be able to get something, you know, that's not right about the trailer, so they get more tickets. I mean, have some empathy. Where I was just at, what took me so long is I was talking to a listener that listens to me on the radio, and he was asking me why. He says, "Why are you giving Nikki Haley?" I just had this conversation. Now I was at one of our sponsors, so you know, the guy was using the sponsor, you know, and he said just now. And he says, why are you giving Nikki Haley a hard time? She doesn't have a hope. She doesn't have a prayer. She's still in the race, isn't she? When Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis drop out, then we'll focus on Biden. Eric Trump was talking about Nikki Haley and DeSantis last night. See, a lot of MAGA Republicans, for some reason, think Nikki Haley's all right. She's not. I am starving. I'm dying for a hamburger. I don't know what Kathy wants to eat for lunch. Well, thanks everyone for keeping me company on my drive around town. I appreciate it. If you're new, make sure you subscribe. And everybody, please like the video if you've not done it already. I would greatly appreciate it. And click that notification bell and keep an eye out for my streams and podcasts over the weekend. All right? Thanks for watching. I'll talk to you guys soon. All right? Take care.